You're in Braves country.
I don't even know where the hell to begin. This Major League Baseball trade deadline is just flying. So far, we're looking at the Blue Jays, some of the moves they've made. Shane Bieber and Sir Anthony Dominguez helps their pitching quite a bit. Bieber just came back off the IL, but he's looked pretty good, and we know he's got the track record. And Dominguez, so he can be kind of up and down, kind of helter-skelter. You never know what you're going to get from him. Dominguez is a fireballer, so tough ad there. The Yankees, of course, they added McMahon earlier in the week, and then this is going under the radar, I think, because no one's really talking about it, but they added Ahmed Rosario from the Nationals, and he can play your outfield. He's got good speed. He can play the infield, all over the infield, and he's got a solid bat. He's a guy you can put in the lineup, but he's also, I think, a perfect pinch hitter for the postseason. Nobody's talking about that move, but I really like the Ahmed Rosario move. I've been talking about this for a few years, that I think he's one of the most underrated defenders out on the free agent market every single year, and for whatever reason, I guess because he doesn't clock 40 home runs, nobody seems to give him a long-term deal. Austin Slater also added from the White Sox to the Yankees. Don't want to forget about that. I'm sure I'm missing some. Put them in the chat if I say a team and I forget their name, because I'm trying to keep up with all this and watch all this and do the production. And yes, it's also going to the radio. I mean, this is hectic. All right, the Detroit Tigers. I like what the Tigers have been doing, honestly. Once again, if you're just joining us, Cubs are getting Willie Castro, and so that's a good addition to their lineup. And he's not necessarily going to start every day, but he could, and you can put him all over the lineup. Great base runner, solid add by the Cubs. I still think the Cubs are going to make something happen, and you do wonder if the Brewers are going to make a big move. They haven't yet. They did add the hind catcher Danny Jansen. But you wonder, they're not typically going all in to bring players in, but that's a damn good baseball team. The Milwaukee Brewers, since about midway through the year, they're the best team in baseball. And do you want to continue to play these games where you don't add things and you go into the playoffs because, hey, we're going to make the playoffs, and, hey, that's great and everything? At some point, I would think that the Brewers would want to go for it. So we haven't seen that kind of move yet, but you never know. We still got 15 till the deadline, and a lot of stuff after that will be announced. Okay, Detroit Tigers, Finnegan, closer, Paddock, Dobnik. So you got a starter. You got a long man who could start in Dobnik. You got the reliever Sewald, and, of course, they got Montero. They might trade him, and they might DFA him, because if they continue to add players, Montero is probably going to be brought in as the very back end of the bullpen. Here's the thing with Montero that they've been saying about him, is that his biggest issue, reason why teams are able to take advantage of him, is when there is a runner at second base. That's why it drove me nuts the other night when they had him in pitching in the extra innings, because you got the ghost runner, right? When there's there's a runner at second base, he has been tipping his pitches, and the whole league knows it. And when you know that splitter's coming, it's a lot easier to lay off. If somebody can fix that, Montero has the stuff. The problem is nobody has been able to fix him. It's been happening for a while now. So can the Tigers fix him? They're going to take a shot at it, it looks like. And then if they don't, they're just going to kick him to the curb. They didn't lose much in it. The Braves didn't get much back. What the Braves, for you Braves fans that want to know what we're trying to do, we're trying to move some guys who have salary And I think at this point, it's going to be whatever we can get for him as far as a prospect. That's great, but the big thing is to get the damn money off the books. But we'll see how that plays out. Cubs also added Soroka, in case you missed that earlier today. Mike Soroka, the ex-Atlanta Brave, comes over from Washington to the Cubs, and they also added Andrew Kittredge from Baltimore out of their bullpen. So the Cubs are trying to make a real run. And the Reds, they've been interesting. The Reds added Zach Littell, who's a good, solid right-handed pitcher from the Rays. He's been one of those guys he's kind of a tweener on whether or not you think that he's a long reliever or a starter, but he's been pretty good at as a starter from time to time. He'll have his ups and downs, but is some of that because of him playing down in Tampa, and they've been basically playing on the beach all year. So that's going on with that. The Dodgers, their big move is that the Rangers have acquired Danny Colombe for the Twins, Garrett Horn. That's not that big of a deal, but it is interesting. The Dodgers got Brock Stewart, who's a reliever from Minnesota. I still think they're going to do something big. They haven't done that big move, but I still think they're going to do something big. See what else we have here. Boston. They brought in Steven Matz from St. Louis. So St. Louis is really a conundrum, in my opinion, because you look at the standings, and St. Louis, yeah, they've fallen back, but they've only got a couple teams in front of them. But I guess they are right now 5.5, 6 games in the loss column behind the Padres, and I guess that's it. There's just like, it's over. We're done. See, the Boston Red Sox, here we go. They're acquiring Dustin May from the Dodgers. So that could be an interesting move. I know he's been up and down, but does that mean the Dodgers are bringing somebody in? Because if the Dodgers are moving May, and they've had a lot of injuries in that rotation, and I know they're getting some guys healthy, but are they about to make a big move? So you wonder what's going on there. Where did I leave off at here? Brock Stewart, Steven Matz. I think we talked about the Urias and I believe I missed this one. We talked about Carlos Correa going back to the Astros, which is huge. And it looks like he's going to play third base, if you're wondering about that. Pena's currently injured, but when he comes back, looks like he talked to them and he said, I'm fine with playing third base. I do wonder if they're going to move Pena in the offseason. And I'll tell you why I say that. He changed his agent fairly recently. And it sounded like they were getting close to making a long-term deal with Pena. He changed his agent, and then all of a sudden they go out and get Correa. And Minnesota is taking some of this money, but it's not a lot, and I can't understand how a team who's been penny pinching the last year or so is all of a sudden going to say, yeah, we'll bring in Correa, and oh, by the way, we're also going to go ahead and give Pena a big deal. What's this? Kansas City Royals are acquiring left-hander Bailey Falter to the Pirates, from the Pirates. That's a big move. That's a pretty big move. Bailey Falter, if y'all have been paying attention, he's been pitching pretty well. And this may not be, look, the Royals right now, we just saw them. They're still 3 games out, but that could be a move that could be signaling something else in the back end of it. But Bailey Falter getting sent, that's an interesting move as the Royals bring him in. See, Ramon Urias, now that it seems like a whole lot of nothing, Ramon Urias going to the Houston Astros last night. But he's a guy that you can bring off the bench because it looks like that their big move, Paredes, from the Cubs earlier this year when they sent Tucker to the Cubs, it seems like that what they're saying is that he's done for the season. So he is absolutely done for the season. All right, where are we at on this? We did that one. We did the Mason Miller. Have we? I think I've gotten all these. So now we get to the Braves. I'm going to refresh all the stuff that I'm looking at here and make sure nothing's getting flashing up on the screen Do apologize. I expected to have a producer here today, but it doesn't happen, and that's all right. We know how to do things here in Braves country. All right, what do we have here? Arizona Diamondbacks getting a little traction on Zach Gallen. That's being reported by Nightingale. If you don't know who these people are, they're all writers. I'm not going to go into what their handle is and everything, but it's all stuff they're putting out there. Morosi says, what is this? The Yankees have acquired Jose Caballero from the Rays. That's interesting. And Caballero will be pulled from the Yankees-Rays game, which is currently in a rain delay. I think it was about to start back. He will only have to walk to the third base side, right? Okay. So Caballero, great defensive infielder. He goes to the Yankees. They're not releasing right now what they're getting for because they're just trying to get that info out. And so all these minor league, we can react to that down the road. Most of y'all don't know who the hell they are, and I have a vague idea who some of them are, so we don't have time. Things are flying in here. The Bailey Falter deal was announced by Rosenthal. The Padres acquired Nestor Cortez. That's interesting. And they're sending Brandon Lockridge. That's very interesting on the Milwaukee end because that Lockridge, I don't know if y'all remember that, but when we did the series against the Brewers, that Lockridge, man, he has got a bat. So he goes back to Milwaukee. Milwaukee always clipping coupons. You just wonder if they're going to make that one move that you go, all right, now they're serious. It just never seems to happen. It seems like they're fine with getting knocked out in the first round like they've done so many times before. All right, let's see. Dustin May from the Dodgers to the Red Sox. We went over that. Alcantara is staying put in Miami. That's what the rumor is right now. One of the Miami Marlins, what's his name? Craig Mish is reporting that. The Cincinnati Reds are acquiring outfielder Miguel Andujar from the A's. Wow. That's a move, and they're not even flashing that down, but that kid could be a good corner outfielder. I say kid, he's been a veteran for a while, but good corner outfielder that could hit. He played third base at one point, and you do wonder if this is a part of thinking about platooning, but I don't think he's played third base in quite some time, so there's no way I can see that happening. But it's interesting. It really is interesting. See, the Cortez deal we've already talked about. Sandy Alcantara is staying put. That's what they're saying. Ozuna took his regular round of BP, is now shagging balls at first base. Less than 15 minutes to go. So you do wonder what the hell is going on there. And, I mean, I cannot believe that they are not doing anything with Ozuna. It seems, first of all, the only reason why I think Ozuna may not be getting traded is will he not be able to pass a physical? And if he's not able to pass a physical because of the earlier injury, then it's lights out. But you would think somebody would want Raisel Iglesias, even if he's at the very front of your pen, to eat innings. I mean, get him off the books. My God, if somebody will pick up Montero, why the hell wouldn't they want Iglesias? When it's all said and done, I believe that there are times where the Braves front office outthink themselves. And I want to say that they're getting cute, but they're trying to basically short the stock, right? And they do this a lot when they need somebody. When you're trying to get rid of somebody, I mentioned this yesterday, but it's like a game of musical chairs, and eventually the music stops, and you don't have a seat. Nobody has a need for player X, player B, player Y, player Z, player J, right? And Ozuna and Iglesias not getting moved at this point, man, unless they get one hell of a haul, it's a really, really big disappointment for Braves country. But we'll see what happens here. Like I said, the deadline's ending here in like 3 minutes, but they'll continue to shuffle in all kinds of information, and I'm going to make sure to stay here on with you till at least 6:10, 6:15, unless it just bottoms out. Here we go. Phil Matone becomes the latest reliever moved. He is going to the Rangers from St. Louis. The Tampa Bay Rays, man, this is interesting. They have acquired Adrian Hauser, who's had a hell of a year. And I can't believe that it's the Rays that end up with them. I mean, I know they're 3 games out, but they seem like they've been selling. It's all we've been hearing about. And now all of a sudden the Rays, that is one of the trickiest organizations in sport. I'm not talking about baseball, football, basketball, hockey, soccer. In sport, the Tampa Bay Rays are one of the trickiest teams you'll ever run across, and I wish that they would just poach the hell out of their front office and bring them to Atlanta. All right, let's see what we have here. I think a lot of fans probably believe that. See, trade deadline, keep going here. I'm going to turn to the Rangers, see if anything. A lot of this stuff I'm just reading out loud because I come across it, and I'm not going to try to filter it. Try not to give y'all a bunch of uhs and ums and ers. See who we have here. We got, is it 2 minutes left? Less than 2 minutes? We have officially, it's 1 minute, 60 seconds till the deadline. But once again, you're going to get other movement. I want to refresh this other one to make sure. Pretty much have the same people on it, but I want to make sure there hasn't been anything else. Luis Robert will not be traded, but everybody knows that. I mean, this is some guy. You know what? These guys, here we go. Cubs are reportedly acquiring Taylor Rogers. He is the left-handed brother of the right-handed Rogers that went to the Mets. Taylor Rogers, the Cubs are acquiring Taylor Rogers in a trade with the Pirates. Confusing because the picture that they put up there on MLB Network has him wearing a Reds jersey. But anyways, Andrew Heaney, the Pirates will not be trading Heaney or Santana. No, they're not trading Heaney now because they need someone to pitch because they just got rid of Falter. See what we have here. Let me see if anything else is coming in. There's got to be something. There's always some late ones that come in. So we'll stay, like I said, we'll stay on here for a second. I'm going to try to catch up with the comments over here on Facebook. I can kind of see the ones, well, put my glasses on, see if I can make out the ones that are over on TikTok, but they're pretty far away, and I don't want to bring the phone that damn close to me. Nobody wants to see an up-close version of me. What do we have here? How much money would we free up if Ozuna? Well, if Ozuna and Iglesias are traded, you got to realize it's prorated. But I talked about this the other day. I mean, you're talking about, and this is just for this year's salary cap because neither one are on for next year. But you're talking about essentially almost $10 million. You're talking about, and that might be the problem, is that people don't want to pay that price tag because you're getting him for the last 2 months of the season, which means the team that gets him has him. The way to turn it into prospects is to pay their salary and then they send you prospects back. So it's the Yankees have acquired Camilo Doval from the Giants. Told you, another big one comes in just moments after the deadline technically, but they got the papers in. So the Yankees have brought in Camilo Doval, another guy who throws high heat, triple digits, all that kind of stuff. And that's a big one. I mean, they're bolstering their bullpen. They talked about Doval being... Now, the only problem with Doval is, and I'm sure Giants fans will tell you, he's really spotty. There's times he goes in, and he is just unbelievably inconsistent. But he's got the good stuff. He's not going to be the closer. The closer's Williams. But he gets the Yankees have been so aggressive with their bullpen, along with the Mets and a few other teams. You look at what the Yankees have done. Sorry, I'm checking my notes to make sure I haven't missed anything. I haven't forgot to tell you anything. But you look at some of the things that they've done. I mean, they added Bednar today, and now Doval. Those are power arms. I think we might be heading for a showdown in the American League, Yankees versus Astros again. I know people get tired of it, but what the Astros have done has been unbelievable. I'd love to see the Mariners do something, and we'll probably be covering them quite a bit on the play-by-play when the playoffs hit. assuming they make it. But you got to have to read the tea leaves, and right now it just looks like that you're heading for a showdown of Astros and Yankees. Even though the Yankees are a few games behind the Toronto Blue Jays, what are they, 4 back? And the Red Sox are 5 back. I think the Red Sox have made interesting moves. At least they told the fan base we're trying. We're not just putting up our hands and selling. The Dustin May thing could be more for the long term, but it's still an interesting move by Boston. And, of course, Steven Matz, I mean, once again, that's a guy that tells you that they're trying to do something, but they're not willing to. I get it why a team that's in the hunt does not want to just absolutely go all in. And when you're talking about a few games here and there, whether you're going to make the playoffs or not, it's a big difference between a team like that and a team who is just running away with their division, like the Tigers or Mets and Phillies aren't running away with their division per se because they're neck and neck with each other, but they're going to make the playoffs, it looks like. Same thing with the Dodgers. They're only 3 up on the Padres, but it looks like they're going to make the playoffs. So that's where we're at right now, seeing if there's any other things coming in here. You look at the teams that are still in it. The Rangers making moves, Mariners making moves. Guardians selling off, and they're only 2.5 back, but that just tells you that they didn't have a lot of belief. Charlie Morton is going to the Tigers. All right. My man Charlie Morton's going to the Tigers. Tampa Bay Rays, Griffin Jacks. They're adding him. Man, there are some moves coming in they're being announced past the deadline, but they got their paperwork in. Charlie Morton going to the. And if y'all are wondering, yeah, he started off horrific, but Charlie Morton's been pretty good the last month or so. Griffin Jackson, the Twins are just absolutely selling off. You can tell they're doing a complete overhaul. I'm not going to say it's a rebuild because they still have a pretty good core, but they're doing a complete overhaul, are the Minnesota Twins. They're 5.5 back, the final wild card, but at the same token, you got so many teams in front of you. It's just like when weeks ago when the Braves were 8 or 9 back and people were like, well, we can still do but you have to have the teams collapse in front of you, and you have to play good baseball. It's kind of a bad analogy because the Braves have not played good baseball. But you look at some of these moves that are coming in, the Griffin Jackson one is really interesting. I mean, Tampa Bay, they did the little things that are bringing because they do what they always do. This looks like Mackenzie Gore did not get traded into a lot of teams. Red Sox, Cubs, Pirates, Braves, and a couple other teams were inquiring about Mackenzie Gore. But I had heard that it's not in the report that I'm reading, but I had heard that the Nationals were asking for the moon and stars for Mackenzie Gore. So they may wait till the offseason to move him if they're actually going to move him. Charlie Morton goes to Detroit. And of course, remember, Charlie Morton going to the Tigers. A.J. Hinch, his old manager in Houston, is now the manager for the Detroit Tigers. See if there's any others coming in. I think most of them I have said. But there's always, here we go. Blue Jays are acquiring Louis Varland from the Twins. The Nats did. It's official. The Nats did not trade Gore as I just mentioned, but there's someone who's tweeting that out. And let me see what else we have here. I mean, these things are flying in. Taylor Rogers, if you missed that, he is heading to the Cubs. A week ago, he was in Cincinnati. He's heading to the Cubs. So he went from Pittsburgh to the... So he stayed in the division with all these moves. That's the short of it. Originally, he was in Cincinnati, went to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh traded him to the Cubs. See here. A lot of trades interdivision, especially in the NL Central. It's pretty interesting. You normally don't see that in Major League Baseball, but I guess the wild cards changed a lot of things. I don't remember if I brought it up, but Jake Bird ended up going to the Yankees. I do believe I said that, but I don't think I mentioned him. We're talking about what they did with that bullpen. So they have Doval, Bednar, Bird, and then along with that is Weaver and Devin Williams. By the way, Weaver and Devin Williams are due to be free agents. So that's got a lot to do with it. They're adding assets now and building for the future. Taj Bradley is coming back in the Tampa trade to the Twins. That's interesting. So the Twins get Taj Bradley, and Jax heads to Tampa. So that's more of a move for the future because Taj Bradley, I mean, he's been on a roller coaster up and down. He's got good stuff, just doesn't always put it together. But the Twins, once again, it looks like they're going for a complete overhaul, which means they'll probably be busy in the offseason, either bringing guys in and selling off as well. Trying to see what he's talking about this. I think Ty Francis moved, but it was a really strange tweet, so I'm not 100% sure what he's talking about there. Here we go. Stephen Kwan stayed in Cleveland. That was the other one. I thought for sure he was going. The Braves are done for the Braves didn't do anything. They didn't do a damn thing. What? They didn't trade one morsel, and they had... I know for a fact the Cubs were asking about Iglesias, and I know for a fact that the Padres were asking about Ozuna, and neither one of them get moved. You're 14 games back from the last wild card. Where are you at in the division? I haven't looked at that in several days. 16 games back in the division. And you don't trade what could have saved you somewhere between 8.9 and 9.7 million. So $9 to $10 million. And you've been clipping coupons all year and you don't move them. I still think it's got something to do with Ozuna and not being able to pass the physical, but Iglesias, I mean, we've seen lesser thans get traded with Iglesias. I know he's getting paid a price, but the Braves could have eaten some of that and gotten a prospect. So that looks like it's it. We're going to stay on here for just a couple more minutes to make sure. This is by far one of the best MLB trade deadlines. It's funny. I tweeted it out last week, or I guess early this week, and talking about how excited I was to be for the trade deadline. And one of the guys that covers another team, I won't call him out because there's no sense of doing that, but he comes back at me and goes, "Hate to tell you, man, but nothing's going to happen. I just don't think we're going to get much in this deadline." I was like, man. And as soon as he said that, like 6 hours later, all these moves started coming in. So this was Wednesday. I think this was Tuesday morning. Maybe it was Wednesday morning, and I was like, man, you're already wrong, because at that point, it must have been Wednesday morning. Because at that point, or the original tweet, I think, was Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, I came back, I said, hey, man, this didn't age well, because you talk about all these moves that were made. We'll talk about them during the broadcast tonight on Braves Country Radio on YouTube. We're doing pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of the Reds and the Braves. We'll go over all this, because there's so much to unpack. But you could tell, you could read the tea leaves. There were too many rumors, but it's dumbfounding that you're looking at a team, the Atlanta Braves, that really didn't do much. I mean, they got rid of Montero, and the guy they brought back, he's not a lot to write home about it. I'll talk about him in the, I'll guess over the Cliff Notes right now. We'll talk more about him later. But the guy that they got back is Jim Jarvis, infielder, played for Bama, and I know that'll excite SEC fans, but I don't know if he'll ever see the light of day in the major leagues. It's a light-hitting infielder. They say he's a great clubhouse presence, so that might just be helping to to help with the culture and the team building all the way from the ground up. And they got rid of Montero and the rest of his contract, but that didn't save you a whole lot of money. It was saves you about $1 million is what it does. But the idea you couldn't get rid of one of your top 2 tickets, I mean, it's an embarrassment. And it just tells you, not putting this all on Thompson, but it just tells you, as a whole, that organization, the front office, they do not read the room well in 2025. They just haven't. All right, we're going to jump off here because I got to get ready because in less than an hour, pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, Braves-Reds in Cincinnati. Remember, we got tomorrow's game, too. We're doing a doubleheader with the Cubs and Baltimore Orioles. All this will be on YouTube on Braves Country Radio. And then, of course, on Saturday night, it's the NASCAR, what do they call it, the Speedway Classic, Braves and Reds. So all that coming up on a busy, busy weekend. And, heck, for you football fans, that comes back tonight, too. And watch that freaking punt fest. Every update I've gotten is so-and-so's not playing, so-and-so's not playing, so-and-so's not playing. Bang the under, y'all. Bang the under. The under that I saw earlier this week was 35.5. No way in hell it gets there. More on that when we start our football shows. Starts a week from today, Thursday and Fridays at 9 a.m. on YouTube. We'll be on doing our football cover the spread shows. All right, y'all. Have a good one. I'm exhausted. And hell, my night's just begun.
Down a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. We're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. It's time to put it all aside and get set for what should be a great day on Braves Country Radio. We'll go through the lineups today as the game moves along. Put your click in the chat, slap that like, and let's get ready, Braves Country. We'd like to thank everybody for choosing Braves Country Radio, and a special thanks to all the country club members. Please like on your way in and subscribe, set those alerts, and share Braves Country Radio to help build the crowd so we can continue to bring you the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. Atlanta Braves Baseball right here on Braves Country Radio. Your modern-day superstation is in its 5th season of bringing you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves and our one-of-a-kind production. Take us anywhere you go for over 170 Atlanta Braves ball games. Please like and subscribe today. Join the Country Club. Thank you to all the Country Club members. You help support Braves Country Radio. Hey, Braves Country, Mac McGee here for American Rebel Beat. McGee with
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the radio news.
Sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. There is nothing wrong. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into
Adventures in Time and Space.
We offer you Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Hi, folks. Join us now for another Braves ball game. Yes, sir. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is it. This makes you feel like it's spring and baseball. No more measles and free tickets to the circus.
You're in Braves country.
This is a reminder. Disorderly conduct will not be tolerated. Please respect your fellow fan and refrain from any unruly behavior. Failure to comply with these guidelines will result in ejection.
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves country. Couldn't do roll call like we normally do because of the time constraints, so we'll try to say hi as we go through the broadcast tonight. Only thing I got to say about that Braves trade deadline is this.
This sucks, and it's horse. But I'm too polite to say anything, because I'm a class act.
Appreciate y'all sharing in the chat what AA was saying and everything. I listened to it. Let me tell you, that was good old-fashioned what they call coach speak. He wasn't he's not able to say certain things because of the collective bargaining agreement. There's certain things you can't say, you can't share certain things. But I'm going to tell you what my guess is. I think I'm pretty spot on. Why Iglesias didn't get moved and why Ozuna didn't get moved. He said it without saying it today. Ozuna blocked any trade. Ozuna didn't want to leave. And that's going to hurt him if he thinks he is going to, as the Braves are wearing blue, their road blues tonight, Atlanta across the chest in red, tomahawk underneath, same thing on the back, outlined in white, red striping down the navy jerseys, navy ball caps with the white A, representing the city of Atlanta. Cincinnati Reds are wearing white pants. Red jerseys. Red ball caps, all written in white. They've got reds across the chest. The numbers on the back and the names are in white. And the C representing the Cincinnati Reds, the city, Cincinnati, Ohio, with the red bill. We're just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play here at Lambert's. Hey, this is the number 8, the 8 ball, as we've been talking about the 8th inning being our inning. Well, we decided to create a little emoji for it. So there you have that. So if you see 8 ball, that's the new one we have in there. I don't know if everybody has paid attention to it, but that's the one for the 7th inning. And that's all the greats in the Braves booth, and then it's Harry Carey in the background as we always play him. So I did want to point that out. Andrew Abbott's firing his final pitches. I'll get back to my thoughts here in a second about what Anthopoulos said. He can only say certain things because of the collective bargaining agreement, and he can't talk about certain things that happens with the contract. Ozuna blocked the trade, and he said it without saying it. But Ozuna blocked any trade. It's going to hurt him in trying to re-sign with the Braves. Braves are not going to sign him back because if he stinks next year or whatever happens, they don't want to be locked into the fact they can't trade you. We're just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Yes, sir. It is baseball time in Braves country, and the first pitch on the way, as you wait for the 3D to kick in, is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. I think that's it. Let me see if it fires up to 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup. Down and away, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Kicks and fires. Popped up. Can of corn. In the infield. And it'll be Ellie De La Cruz making the catch, 1 away. But that's a very obvious thing that Ozuna blocked the trade. The more and more things that I've read, and look, he just can't get into it. It's just, he'd be in huge trouble if he said, Ozuna blocked the trade if Ozuna didn't want you to share that, right? First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is swung on, and that ball is roasted up the middle for a 1-out single. And your Atlanta Braves got something cooking.
This is not watered down. This is Ice House.
And Iglesias,
Smooth as it gets.
technically they could have moved him. And the way he worded it, I don't think there was the interest. First pitch on the way is a bender on the outer edge to Austin Riley. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. 0-2 count. I can understand why there wasn't a lot of interest for Iglesias. He was the one that I was always wondering about. Is the 0-2 pitch to Austin Riley. Lefty-righty runner at first. That ball is popped up high into right field. Coming down, making the catch in right field is Marte. 2 down. Left to right across the infield tonight, it's Fraley, Benson, and Marte in the outfield for the Cincinnati Redlegs. On the infield, it's Hayes, Ellie, McLean, and Steer. Of course, Hayes just came over in the trade from Pittsburgh to Brian Hayes. Stevenson is behind home plate. First pitch to Ozuna is right there on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. And you may think he's saying, well, I don't want to be traded because I want to re-sign here and blah, blah, blah. I don't know why Ozuna didn't want to move, but he didn't want to move. Is he 0-1? Out high, 1-1. Could be a lot of factors, but he may just be comfortable and he knows he's about to be a free agent and concerned about what his numbers will be. Guys do that. They just don't, they're not allowed to talk about it in the media match. 1-1 count to Ozuna. Right there at the knees. 1-2. Because there was interest from the Padres. There was interest from Texas. I read a lot of reports of folks that I do trust as the 1-2's in the dirt, 2-2. Two count. Pitch on the way. High and outside. Full count. Full count to Ozuna. Runner at first, 2 outs. The payoff pitch. Swing! Fouls it down the line. Fouling out of play. Payoff pitch to Ozuna. Down and in, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. 2 on, 2 outs. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1. One of the things the Braves can do, if they think someone's actually going to offer Ozuna a multi-year deal, is they can put the qualifying offer on him. I just don't know if they want to spend that much on him right now. As the 0-1 misses in the dirt. 1-1. One count. Swing. And that's going to be a line drive, L6 in your scorecard, and that'll end the inning. Braves go up, get 2 on, but can't get them across. We'll be back in a flash.
What country has the most beautiful men?
Ireland.
Well, the country
There we
with
are.
allegedly the ugliest men is Ireland.
You
Irish women.
I will not have this propaganda on the internet. Irish men are the most beautiful men. Our porcelain skin, a little bit of blush in the cheeks. Irish men have such distinctive heads that if I'm in a foreign country, I can spot another Irishman from over a kilometre away. Actually, Irish men have a very mature look. We look like we're 52 when we're 12. He goes on in this video to say that French men are some of the most beautiful men. I need to have a sit down.
And stop at the butcher. I'll pick up a couple of ducks and make my justly celebrated duck à l'orange.
Washed down with a winsome yet robust Chambertin.
And I'll bring a quart of whiskey in case of snake bite.
There are no snakes up there.
All right, I'll bring a snake.
When I think great pitcher who struck fear in the hearts of hitters, he got better with age, winning 239 of his 303 games after turning 30 years old. His 6 300 strikeout seasons are tied with Nolan Ryan for the most ever. His 4,875 career strikeouts are 739 more than the next closest left-hander on the list. His 10.6 strikeouts per nine mark is the highest in Major League Baseball history for any pitcher with at least 1,000 innings pitched. Among pitchers in the 300 win club, his 646 career win percentage is 5th best. He is one of only 5 pitchers to pitch a no-hitter in both leagues. He remains the oldest pitcher to throw a perfect game when he accomplished the feat at age 40. His 160 pitches in 1992 is a pitch count that has not been reached in a Major League Baseball game since. He finished 7th in National League Cy Young voting in 1998 despite pitching only 2 months in the league. Only Roger Clemens has more Cy Young awards than Johnson. Randy won 4 straight from 1999 to 2002. In 12 at-bats, Tony Gwynn only managed 1 hit and struck out 4 times against him. Where does Randy Johnson rank on your list for all-time greatest pitchers? Or even better, is he the best left-handed pitcher of all time?
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. We got Cookie Carrasco making his Atlanta Braves debut. First pitch on the way is down and in. Sinker for a ball. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. The 1-0. Up top. Grabs the zone. 1-1. 1-1 count. Kicks and fires. That one's going to bend away. It's 2-1. Two one count. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Cookie Carrasco. He has been in the league quite some time, most famously with the Cleveland franchise, Indians Guardians, as a 3-2. All first 5 pitches have been away. Payoff. Swing. Pops it up. High in the sky. Over towards first base territory. In foul territory. Olsen right there. F3 in your scorecard. 1 away. One down. First pitch on the way to Marte. Righty-righty matchup is up and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Go ahead and switch out the screen. Looks like they've a little bit behind. The 1-0. Swung on, lifted. High into right field. Going, chasing down the line. Making the catch is the Book of Eli. 2 down. 2 up, 2 down. And Ellie De La Cruz will come to the plate. Of course, these two teams set to square off in Bristol on Saturday night. We'll have it here. Remember, tomorrow's an early game, 12:40 first pitch. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swing, lifts it high into center field. Drifting back well before the warning track is Money Mike, and that'll end the inning. Reds go down 1, 2, 3. We'll be back in a flash. Grab the bats when we return.
Yes, it is. You can say crack up, but when you throw the hard R in there, that makes it racist. And I prefer saltine American. Unbelievable.
Morning, skinny dipping the way Benjamin Franklin intended it, baby. Old Ben Franklin knew that this is the subaquatic, patriotic, iconic tonic for the American spirit and the American soul, baby. There ain't no better way to start your day in the land of the free than the Benjamin Franklin way, okay?
What you doing today, girl?
Sometimes my business ain't your business.
Oh, okay.
So don't be asking me that, what I'm doing. Could I have my business to myself sometime?
Important wisdom from Alexander Hamilton. A nation which can prefer disgrace to danger is prepared for a master and deserves one.
Here are 10 things you didn't know about Lou Gehrig. Number 1, he was a very big baby, weighing almost 14 pounds at birth. Number 2, as a 17-year-old, he started to get national attention after he hit a grand slam completely out of Cubs Park, now known as Wrigley Field. Number 3, he once played summer professional baseball under the name Lou Lewis to avoid losing his collegiate sports eligibility. Number 4, except for his minor league games in Hartford, he played his entire baseball life, Sandlot High School, college, and professional, with teams based in New York. Number 5, he wore number 4 because he hit behind Babe Ruth, who batted third in the lineup. Number 6, despite being knocked unconscious after he was hit by a pitch above the right eye, he was still in the lineup the next day and able to continue his consecutive game streak. Number 7, Yankees general manager Ed Barrow once helped extend his streak by postponing a game as a rainout on a day when he was sick with the flu, even though it wasn't raining. Number 8, he once threw a punch at Ty Cobb after a game. He fanned on the haymaker and landed on his head on the hard concrete floor and temporarily knocked himself out. Number 9, he was the first athlete to appear on a Wheaties box when he appeared on the back of the box in 1934. Number 10, June 2nd is not only the date he joined the Yankees starting lineup, it is also the date he passed away in 1941 at the age of 37.
Braves country baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. You ought to hear the nonsense that's coming out of the Braves media right now. Listen to this one. AA said he never approached Ozuna with a request to waive his 10-5. Like Iglesias, he never found a deal that made sense. As the first pitch on the way was right there at the knees. It's 0-1. He made it clear they weren't just going to dump salaries. What? What? That's all they've been doing is dumping salaries this year. The 0-1. Check swing. You go around. They check down the line. He did not. 1-1. But he's saying all the right things. And I think Ozuna probably turned him down, but he's gonna protect his players so they don't get the questions from what little bit of a media we have. Is it 1-1, misses inside, high and tight, 2-1. And with Iglesias, there probably just wasn't enough interest to pay the freight to get rid of him. And is the 2-1 outside wide, 2-2. And with all the relievers that were moved, there was still a very heavy interest by the Cubs a handful of days ago. And whatever they could have gotten, they should have taken it. The 3-1, up top. They're going to say that misses high. Ball 4, we'll take it. Harris comes to the plate. But the idea that we're supposed to believe they weren't just going to... It's not like we're 5 games back. We're 14, 16 in the division. First pitch on the way is off the edge for a strike. It's 0-1. He doesn't want to admit that Ozuna blocked because there was interest by 4 different teams that I know of. The 0-1 swing and a miss, 0-2. And there probably was just a lack of interest by Iglesias. Once the Cubs made a couple of deals, they're like, you know what, we're good. And that might have been the only team. And once again, I talked about this last few days. You cannot have the same approach as a seller as you are a buyer. You can't wait trying to squeeze them. The 0-2 swung on, pops it up into center field. Lazy fly ball. Catch is made by Benson. One away. Interesting, they got Will Benson out there playing center field tonight. He is not athletic or good with the glove. They normally have him in the corner outfield, trying to figure out. Yeah, I mean, they put a couple of guys on the... I guess they don't have a lot of options right now. A little surprised they didn't make a move for a center fielder. First pitch on the way is a 4-seam fastball up top. For ball, it's 1-0. We've seen Benson kick some balls around out there in the outfield. We only see him 2 series a year. He's a dangerous bat. The 1-0 up top for a strike to Eli. 1-1. Book of Eli batting .240, 4 home runs. The 1-1 swing, chops it foul. One count. Infield playing back to the right, the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Good to see everybody in the chat. Sorry we couldn't do the roll call like we normally do. We came up on us and trying to get the audio recording to play all bits and pieces of it. We just ran out of time. I'll try to say hi to y'all in the chat as we go along and during the broadcast if I can squeeze it in. First pitch on the way is a pitch down and in to Nick Allen as the infield's back into the left. It's 1-0. 2 down. The 1-0 right there at the knees. Good pitch. Andrew Abbott comes in with an ERA of 2.02. He blanked the Braves early in the season. His runs are not going to be easy to come by for anybody, much less the Braves. The 1-1 drops a curveball across the zone. Terrible call by home plate umpire Ryan Wills. You're going to make that 2-1. That's an awful call. The 2-1 pitch. Right there on the outer edge, 2-2. Now they're going to call that a ball as well. So a 3-1. He started to lift his arm like he was calling it a strike, but he did not. The 3-1 pitch, swing, pops it up. Good Lord. Can of corn behind home plate. 3-1 pitch, and the thing was inside on you. He's swinging for it like he's got pop. We'll be back in a flash. Nick Allen doing Nick Allen things here in Braves country.
All right, we'll go to the bottom of the 9th inning now, and Mark Littell is on the mound. It'll be Chambliss, Sandy Alomar, and Greg Nettles. This game is for the American League Championship.
Chambliss is so hot he's got his shirt unbuttoned. He's in heat.
Mark Littell delivers high fly, hits it right center field.
That's gone.
It is gone.
Chris Chambliss has won the American League pennant
for the New York Yankees. A thrilling, dramatic game with overtones of that great sixth game in the World Series a year ago, and then the seventh game too. What a way for the American League season to end. A spunky young Kansas City team. Look at them, mob Chris Chambliss.
Hey Braves country, I'm Mac McGee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, your home for the classic call of Braves country baseball.
George, you couldn't have tried any harder. Just congratulations to the Royals. Just too bad somebody had to lose.
I came up number 25, and I think it was after my first full season. Al Zeke, our equipment manager, called me and he said, "We just traded Richie Scheinblum. I want you to wear number 5." And I go, "Al, I don't give a crap what number I am." He says, "No, I think you're going to be a pretty good third baseman. I know you like Brooks Robinson. You play number 5. That's the number of their position. I think it would be great." I said, "Fine, give me number 5." Now number 5's up above the scoreboard, so it's pretty cool.
We got a new clip we're playing on 7th innings. Changed it from yesterday. I had time to edit it and whatnot this morning. I was trying to keep with all the trade deadlines. Did a lot of production today. Cookie Carrasco goes back to work. First pitch on the way is swung on and banged on the ground. Over to short. Allen fires it across the infield. One away. 6-3 on the putout. One down. Carlos Carrasco, or Cookie as he is affectionately known as, from Venezuela. Debuted all the way back in 2009. As the first pitch on the way, he misses down and away. It's 1-0. 1-0. Swing! That ball's lifted high. Deep into left center. Profar's underneath it. He'll make the grab. 2 away. Pitch with the Cleveland Indians. I guess they were the Guardians by 2020. I believe that's when they did. I think that's when they caved. Changed the name. So he pitched for them all the way to 2020. And then went to the Mets, where you may know him most by, from 21 to 23, back to Cleveland in 2024, went to the Yankees earlier this year, and then he was traded to Atlanta a few days ago. First pitch to Fraley is right there, first strike, it's 0-1. Misses, 1-1. See who we have in here tonight. Good to see you. We got Uncle Charlie and BB and John. As the 1-1 fouls back 1-2. Tree Nugs in here. Willis Mathis. Ron. Uncle Charlie. Jason Adams. Probably going to do this quicker than normal. The 1-2. Outside wide 2-2. Peta and Justin and Billy and Nathaniel. Willis. The 2-2 in the dirt, full count. Who else do we have in here tonight? I think I already said Gary. Adam Westbury. Payoff pitch, misses high, ball 4. Just missed the top of the zone. Did look like it was the right call. That'll send him down to first with 2 outs. You got Green Machine in here. Wilson. First pitch on the way is a slider on the inner track. It's 0-1. D. Tim. I think I already said wrong. Straight shooter, the 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. Inside. Misses 1-1. Thought I saw Scooby in here earlier, but maybe I didn't. 1-1 count. Swing, slaps it towards left center field. That's going to get down. Cutting it off is Harris. He'll fire it into the infield. Good speed coming around the bases. Here comes a throw from Ozzie, and he'll just get in time. Head first slide. Good hustle. Fraley scores all the way from first. Tyler Stevenson, he continues to pound the Braves. It's at the point now where I don't, I know it was 1 on and 2 out, but you almost want to just walk them. Wasn't a great relay by the Braves, but good speed, good hustle by the Reds. First pitch on the way to Benson is foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Jack Milk, I see you. The 0-1. Good to see AY. Pitch on the way. Swing, pops it up. Can of corn over to short, but that will end the inning, but not before. The Reds put 1 on the board. It's 1-0. We go to the third here in Cincinnati.
2 hurricanes in 1 week. This could have all been prevented if we had switched to paper straws.
You're gonna leave me here?
We cannot have you around us screwing things up.
You are always stopping by unannounced.
So what? You're my mother.
It's only common courtesy you should call first.
All right, I'll call you next time.
Nope, you're going to call this time.
What?
We're going to practice. Get out your phone.
Practice? I don't need to practice.
Call me.
Oh, I'm talking to you right here. This is ridiculous.
I'm going to show you how this goes. Get out your phone.
Oh my God, you're losing it, dude. You are losing it. You gonna answer?
Oh, shh, quiet for just a minute. I have a call. Hello?
Hey, Mom. I was just wondering if I could stop by.
Right now is not really a good time. I'll give you a call later.
Why are you like this?
Yeah, man, 2 drinks a week. What's that going to do for you? I mean, that doesn't even get you through a day. A reasonable amount. If you're at home, you should be able to have like 4 beer. That's just 2 more. I mean, I'll have 6. Yeah, man, 2.
Derek got kicked out. I put your toothbrush in my
That is nasty. By 1977, number 5 was a firmly established star in Kansas City. The Royals, one of baseball's best teams, George Brett's popularity had gone national too, and the fit was pretty good.
George was larger than life. You know, he was this young bachelor, would see around town, he would be at the bars, he was incredibly charismatic.
You know, I'm single and, you know, successful and making good money at the time. And the more famous you are, it just opened a lot of doors.
I mean, it was crazy. He was a rock star. He was an absolute rock star. We'd go out every night and have fun like 22, 23-year-old kids would do. That's what we did.
Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. Jerks and Profar coming to the plate. Big picture, I know a lot of us are disappointed we didn't get anything done in the trade deadline. Big picture, I don't think we were ever going to get any big prospects. It was just to get someone to take money, and hopefully that would loosen up the purse strings in the offseason. First pitch on the way is a curveball on the outer edge. It's 0-1. They could have gotten a little depth in the farm system, but we were not going to get a big haul back. Is the 0-1 right there at the knees? 0-2. Like if we were trading Marcell Ozuna last year when he still had a year left on his contract and he was hammering the ball over the fence, You could have got, if you would have traded Iglesias last year, same thing. You would have gotten a couple of hauls on that. But there was no reason to do that at that time. The 0-2. Up top misses. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Thank you for the contribution, Shooter. Well, I hope everything's all right. Shooter, I hope everything turns out okay. The 1-2. Swing pops it up. High in the sky. Very shallow right field. McLean, the second baseman, will make the catch. One away. I think I failed to go over the defense. I apologize. Trying to do 6 things at once here. It's Eli and right, and then your regular Profar and Harris in left and center for the Braves. And your typical around the horn Riley, Allen, Ozzie, and Olsen. It's Smurf behind the plate today. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss. Curveball, it's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 swing. Hammers it over to first. Line drive out right at Steer. Playing first, 2 down. So I think the biggest thing that I'm disappointed about, because they didn't move anyone the deadline, not about them saving money per se, but I would just wanted to see some new blood coming into the locker room, even if it was youngsters down the stretch. It's the first pitch on the way to Riley's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Because Snicker and his coaching staff has let that locker room get stale. The 0-1. Foul back out of play. It's 0-2. 0-2 count. I know you'll get that at the beginning of September, but I was hoping we would see it wasn't going to be any kind of game-changing players, but some coming up from the minors to replace whoever they would have put in for Iglesias and for Ozuna. The 0-2 misses high, 1-2. One-two count. Riley flew out his first time up. Sweeper. Just misses 2-2. Braves threatened in the first inning but couldn't get anything around since then. Quiet on the Western Front. The 2-2's way outside, 3-2. So full count to Riley now. Braves trail 1-0. I do think we're going to get some of our usual suspects back in the very near future regardless. The payoff pitch, pops it up. He's been doing that a lot lately. Into left field, just coming around and swinging underneath it. That'll end the inning. F7 in your scorecard. We'll be back in a flash. Brian Hayes gets his Cincinnati Reds debut when we return.
I'm literally a minor. You're 24. When did that happen?
It has been decided. We are now the pickle party. And we are going to vote for pickles in the bar instead of limes.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. The point is, our 3 votes will always beat your 2. We win, dude. We're the winners, okay? Give me a beer with a pickle in it.
Well, what happens when you 3 disagree with each other?
We're not going to disagree. That is the point of the pickle party. We're very aligned on these issues. Pickles will prevail.
Okay, well, the next issue on our list should be a pretty easy one for the pickle party to agree on. A crucifix in the bar.
Ah, you are right. This is an easy one. Why wouldn't we have a crucifix in the bar? Because we're a bar. Right, but we're an Irish Catholic bar. We're an Irish bar? Yeah, Irish Catholic bar, and therefore a giant wooden crucifix is a celebration of our heritage. Giant? How big of a crucifix do you want? Big. I mean, it should be the centerpiece of the whole room. I mean, it should dominate every conversation. That's gonna be terrifying! It should be terrifying. That's how you know God loves you. I don't want a giant bloody man in the bar scaring the customers and most...
Number 500! The career 500th home run for Michael Jack Schmidt!
name Michael Jack Schmidt gets put on baseballs now when I'm signing. Harry linked me to the Philly fans in a wonderful way, which is still there today.
Michael, you hear it every day, you hear it everywhere. Mike Schmidt is all around the greatest third baseman ever. That's a huge word. Looking back over your career, do you have any argument with that?
I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to argue with that statement. I've heard that a few times.
By 1989, it was hard to argue, with 8 home run titles, 10 Gold Gloves, and 3 MVP awards.
Michael, step up. All right, bear with me on this because this isn't easy. Some 18 years ago, I left Dayton, Ohio with 2 very bad knees and a dream to become a Major League Baseball player. I thank God that the dream came true.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way. To Brian Hayes. He's right there for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Slaps it over to first. Olsen with the catch. 1 away. Hayes coming over in a trade with the Pirates today. Matt McClain, the batter, leadoff hitter for the Reds. He drops a bunt, bangs it off a home plate. It's 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Oh-2 count. McClain fouled out his first time up. Pitch in the dirt, 1-2. I don't know what is going on in Cincinnati today. They're not cleaning their screen up like it normally does. The 1-2. Flips it outside wide. Misses 2-2. Carrasco's been down in the minors. He's pretty well stretched out, so he should give you an actual start. The 2-2 pitch, down and away, 3-2. Now, whether or not he can keep the runs to a minimum, that's another question. In his earlier days, Carlos Carrasco, man, he was one of the top right-handers in the American League. Sitting at 38 years old. He had a bout with cancer early on. The 3-2 is dribbled up the middle, but Ozzy's there, 4-3 put out, 2 down. Trying to remember when that was, but he had a bout with cancer. I want to say it was just around the pandemic. I can't remember if it was right before or right after. He also had elbow surgery in 2021. Curveball's right there to Marte, the number 2 hitter, for a strike. It's 0-1. Noel v. Marte fouled out his first time up, batting .273. The 0-1. Rips it over to short, backhanded by Allen. He'll fire it over to first, and he'll be safe. Tough play there. Good job by Nick Allen going in the hole and getting that ball, but Marte can fly. He beat that out by, we'll call it 3-4 steps. Probably should have just put it in his pocket. Two down, 1 on. First pitch on the way to Ellie De La Cruz is banged off his instep. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down away, 1-1. 1-1 count. Swing, lifts it, high and deep, going back on the track, and that one is gone. Ellie De La Cruz dumps one over the center field wall, and the Reds have quickly jumped out to a 3-0 lead here in the third. Here's a funny note. So I'm always looking at the lines out in Vegas because it tells me what the perception is of the game that night, right? And typically, if you've got a good starter, which the Reds have, going up against a solid offense, which the Braves are not, the over-under first 5 innings is usually 2.5. And so the idea is that even the best pitchers may not have it. And in a hitter's park like Cincinnati, that would be the reasoning. First pitch on the way to Hayes, righty-righty matchup, is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. So, okay. So you see an outstanding pitcher like the one tonight against a bad offense with the Braves, and you're thinking it's going to be 2.5, but it's probably going to be low. They had it at 3.5. You could get it as high as 3.5, under 3.5, and I'm like, what in the hell is going on? Do they think this is the 2023 Braves? The 0-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the bender on the outer edge, and that'll end the inning. Reds put a couple on. We got the middle of the order coming up. Marcell Ozuna, he's here to stay. Might as well root him on.
So we send billions and billions of dollars to foreign countries, but when a disaster happens at home, American citizens get $700? Got it.
Hey, do y'all ever notice how much more careful people drive when there's food in the passenger seat than an actual human being sitting in it?
Yeah, no, I could probably stop cursing. But the way that my life is set up, you see, my day starts at 4:30 in the morning. That is bull. First thing, 4:30 in the morning? Yes, bull. Nothing is good at 4:30 in the morning. I wake up thinking, so, and then I go to work and I do 8 hours of skilled manual labor building things and framing and such, and that is 8 hours of nonstop just cluster after cluster. So, oh, and then I'm not even accounting for like the little in between that makes me say who the or how the or where the so probably not. But like I said, it's just because of the way that my life is set up. So I don't even think I'd try. I would fail.
I shouldn't say. I was going to say there isn't a bar in the country he hadn't closed at one point.
I've never seen a guy have so much fun in his life. I mean, he was always the center of attention. George knows how to have fun.
Most players didn't hang out with each other too much on opposing teams. But there was one instance, George and Jamie and I, we were out fairly late, got back to the hotel, and George couldn't have got more than a couple hours of sleep because he had to get to the airport and go to whatever city they were playing in the next day. And after we played our game that night and got up the next day and looked in the newspaper, George went 4 for 4. He could handle burning the candle on both ends.
Welcome back as Marcell Ozuna takes one right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves trail 3-0. Top of the 4, still a long way to go. Lefty-righty matchup. The 1-0 swing and a miss. Cutter 0-2. 0-2 count. Abbott comes set, brings it high and out of the zone. 1-2. So I found it. Carrasco had CML, a form of leukemia, in May of 2019. He underwent treatment and returned to the baseball field the same year in September. The 1-2 swing, bangs it into center field. That's down for a base hit. And the Big Zoo getting things going here. Said, y'all thought y'all were going to trade me. Well, y'all can suck it. And the Braves have one on. Nobody out. You know, one thing we didn't take into account, his parole officer may have said no. Probation officer. I guess he wouldn't have parole. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup. Open stance from the switch hitting Ozzie. Swing, slaps it down the third base line. That ball is fair, and it's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Ozzie Albies heading to second. Ozuna will stop at third, and your Atlanta Braves have first and second, and nobody out.
I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz. I'm the Wiz and nobody beats me.
Andrew Abbott on the ropes here early on in the fourth. First pitch on the way is a bender in the dirt. It's 1-0. Lefty-righty matchup is the Smurf. Stands in. He walked his first time up. 1-0. Inside. 2-0. Go ahead and pull the screen back. Runners on second and third. The 2-0. Infield back. High and out of the zone. Ball 3-0. 3-0 count. Standing on deck is Harris. Abbott at 55 pitches. Right down the pipe, four-seam fastball. Sean Murphy taking all the way, 3-1. The 3-1. Swing, pops it up. Giving chase over the first base side. Making a play at it as it steers up against the screen. And it'll hit the top of the screen just out of the reach and fall foul. Abbott is a 5-pitch pitcher. I don't think we had a chance to go over that like we normally do. He throws a four-seamer about half the time, 48%. Then he mixes the change-up and the curve and sweeper fairly evenly for 48%, and then you got the cutter, just a show-me pitch, as the 3-2 pitch is down and in, ball 4, and that'll walk the bases loaded. So we got runners at first, second, and third, nobody out. And Michael Harris II coming to the plate. Ducks all over the pond. They're going out there to talk to him real quick. Looks like that's the pitching coach. He's not wearing his jersey visible, so you're not 100% sure which one it is, but I'm going to assume that's Derek Johnson. He's wearing some of that old fat boy attire, just a little pullover. I ain't wearing a jersey, man. I ain't done my sit-ups recently. First pitch on the way to Harris is swung on. That ball is roasted into the right field. That's through for a base hit. And here comes the throw to home plate. It's going to get cut off. And your Atlanta Braves put one on the board. Looks like they slammed on the brakes on Ozzie Albies. But nonetheless, Michael Harris comes through. And we start the merry-go-round. So, all right, Money Mike. Money Mike comes through.
What they know about that?
God bless you, Mike. Keep your game tight.
Never know. You know what I'm saying? I got a little razzle-dazzle.
Eli White, the batter, first pitch, pops it up. Come on, man. Very first pitch, swings underneath it, pops it up, can't accord to third. One down. Our first, excuse me. You got the bases loaded. This guy's on the brink of danger, and you swing at the very first pitch that's jammed inside you. Braves trail 3-1. Tying run stands at second. Go ahead at first as the bases are juiced for Allen. First pitch swinging. Slaps it. Foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Allen popped out his first time up. Standing on deck is Profar. Olsen in the hole. The 0-1. Fouls that one back. It's 0-2. 0-2 count. Abbott is not a power pitcher. I mean, his fastball averages around 92.5. Tops out around 94. The 0-2. Outside wide, changeup 1-2. 1-2 count. Bases loaded. One out. The 1-2. Swung on. Banged over to Brian Hayes. Newly acquired. 5, 4, 3. Inning-ending double play, and that's what they got him there for. Brian Hayes is known for his glove. He never has quite done anything with the bat, but he just showed you why the Reds wanted him.
Do you know the difference between wallpaper and toilet paper?
No.
Gross.
Hold on to your seats because today we are talking about the legendary career of a man with one of the most interesting names in baseball history, Urban Shocker. His hooked finger on his right hand, which he broke during a game in 1913, helped him throw his breaking ball and his spitter. His 54 scoreless inning streak in the International League is a record that still stands today. He was one of a handful of pitchers that were allowed to throw a spitball after it was banned in 1920. During a game on July 13, 1920, he struck out 14, 3 of which came at the expense of Babe Ruth. He won 20 games 4 consecutive years with the St. Louis Browns, even though the Browns barely played 500 ball during that time frame. In the first 5 years of what is known as the Lively Ball era, he won 107 games, which was more than any other pitcher in baseball at that time. He lived with a heart condition so severe that he had to sleep either sitting or standing up. He led the league in victories once and strikeouts once. He finished top 10 in ERA in 8 of his 9 full seasons. He also finished in the top 10 in wins 7 times. He made 30 or more appearances 9 consecutive times from 1919 to 1927. Before passing away in 1928 due to pneumonia, his career path would have eventually taken him to Cooperstown. Put this man in the Hall of Fame.
Brett was on top of the world, not just a baseball star, but a bona fide sports celebrity. Still, it never seemed good enough for his father.
I remember one time when we were playing the Angels out in Southern California, and I had won a batting championship and had some success and, was making some good money. And after a game, we were going to a friend of his house that lived out in the Anaheim area. And he just started screaming at me in the car for embarrassing him and the family. I remember one time he was in Kansas City staying with me and my wife, and I had a really bad game. And I just called my wife and I said, hey, what are you guys doing? She said, well, your dad went to bed. And I said, I'm just going to stay here. Tell him I'll see him tomorrow night for dinner. I stayed in the locker room. Didn't even go home.
Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. The Atlanta Braves trail this one 3-1. First pitch on the way from Cookie Carrasco to the number 5 hitter, Spencer Steer, is right there on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Infield back into the left, the 0-1. Top of the zone misses, 1-1. One count. Pitch on the way. That ball misses down below the knees, 2-1. What you'll get from Cookie Carrasco, it's a true kitchen sink guy. Doesn't really have a dominant pitch anymore. Is the 2-1 pitch. Slider in the dirt, 3-1. Throws the slider at 28%, the sinker at 22%, 4-seamer at 22%, and the changeup at 19%. So essentially, those are the 4 pitches he's trying to get you to offer at. Then he's got a curveball that he tosses in there about 10% of the time. The 3-1 hits the top of the zone, 3-2. Full count. Pops it up. Back foul out of play. We'll do it again. You're wondering about velocity. He tops out at around 92, sometimes 93, but averages in the very low 90s. 3-2 down and in, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. One on, nobody out. And Fraley, the batter. Fraley scored his first time up after a walk and a ball hit towards the gap. He came all the way around from first. Righty lefty. Pitch. Four-seam fastball misses in. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swing, bangs it down the first base line, just foul. That creeps in a hair or two to the left. That's extra bases. The way this outfield is designed, that may have gotten down in the corner and scored. The 1-0. Swing, pops it up. Harris playing very deep, and that ball will drop in front of him. First and second, nobody out now after the single by Fraley. And Tyler Stevenson, who somehow comes in and mops the Braves every time he can get a chance to. He is coming to the plate. He doubled an RBI double his last time up. You got righty-righty matchup, Stevenson. He's from the Atlanta, Georgia area. I think that's why it sticks out with me every time he smokes us. First pitch on the way is up top, slider. It's 0-1. He was born in Atlanta and went to high school in Kennesaw Mountain, Georgia. Or Kennesaw Mountain High School in Kennesaw, Georgia. Drafted by the Reds in 2015, 11th pick overall in the draft. The 0-1 swing and a miss. It's 0-2. 28-year-old Stevenson batting .239 with 8 home runs, 34 RBI. I swear 7 of those were against us this year. The 0-2 count. In the dirt, 1-2. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Good pitch by Cookie Carrasco. Now a double play can get you out of the jam. Will Benson coming to the plate. Got to be careful here. He is a power hitter. He's kind of one of those guys, he'll either strike out or hit one over the roof. First pitch on the way is a slider off the edge. It's 0-1. He's batting just .210 on the year. 8 home runs. When he gets a hold of him, he pounds it. It's another guy born in Atlanta. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. I have to ask the Cincinnati Reds stay out of Braves country. Quit scouting down here. He went to Westminster High School in Atlanta, Georgia. Drafted by the Cleveland Indians in round 1, 14th pick overall. The 0-2. Outside wide, 1-2. Came up with Cleveland in 2022. Came over to the Reds in 23. 1-2 count, outside wide, 2-2. Pitch on the way, swung on, pops it up. That should stay in play. A lot of foul territory over here. Austin Riley coming over. He slips, but makes the catch. 2 down. His feet were right on the grass and, on the dirt. When he got back onto the grass, he fell down, but he made the catch. That's all we need is another guy getting hurt. Two on, 2 out. First pitch on the way. Top shelf for a strike to Brian Hayes. It's 0-1. Hayes coming over in the trade from the Pittsburgh Pirates. They had high hopes for him. Pittsburgh did as the 0-1 swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Never could get it to work offensively. His highest home run output was 15 in 2023, but he's always been one of the better defensive third basemen in the game. The 0-2. Swing pops that one up. Easy can of corn. Ozzie Albies sticks out the apron. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. Reds go down after getting the first and second, nobody out. Carrasco takes him down. 1, 2, 3.
My best advice, catch me while I care, baby, because once I don't, I don't.
So the reason why I'm getting a divorce, because when I woke up, it was my birthday. My wife didn't know it was my birthday. My son didn't know it was my birthday. I went to work. My co-workers didn't know it was my birthday. And my manager called me in and said, Mario. I said, I get in there, and she said, happy birthday. I said, oh, thanks. Then she said, you want to get some lunch? And I was like, okay. And then she was like, you want to go back to my place? And I was like, all right. So I went back to her place, and she was like, let me step in my room. I'll be right back. She got back 5 minutes later, and my kids, my co-workers, my wife was all there to say happy birthday with a cake, and I was on the couch butt naked.
There was something unhealthy about how hard George's father was on him. I think that you start every game being afraid because it's never going to be good enough for your dad.
On the field, the pressures hardly showed. In '77, Brett would lead the Royals to a 102-win season, a second straight AL West title, and another matchup with the Yankees in the ALCS.
It's really one of the great rivalries in baseball history because those two teams were just so chock full of incredible characters.
It was intense, and we genuinely didn't like each other. You know, they had the Yankees, the big, powerful guys from New York, and here we are, the Midwest, and the little lowly Kansas City Royals.
The rivalry between Kansas City and the Yankees was sportsman hate, you know, is what I'll say.
I was in baseball 49 years as a player and a coach. I've never seen intenseness like those two teams played, and we both knew it. Okay, here's the playoffs. We're supposed to end up here. Let's go.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Reds lead it 3-1 over the Braves. First pitch missed to Profar, led up by a swing and a miss strike over the zone. It's 1-1. 1-1 lefty-righty, misses high, 2-0. Abbott with only one strikeout tonight. He's not a big-time strikeout pitcher, but you expect more than that from him so far. You don't expect Cookie Carrasco to be the leader in the clubhouse. The 1-1 misses high, 2-1. Two-one count. A 3-1 count, excuse me. Swung on, lifted. High into center field, going back on the track, bang it into the wall. Did he hold on? He did. The very klutzy Will Benson makes the catch. One away. He banged into that wall. Looked like one of us shagging a ball out there playing t-ball. He's the opposite of what they normally say. He made that look very hard. Profar gave that thing a ride. If his big frame is not out there to stand over in front of that wall, it probably goes out. Will Benson, they say 6'4", 230. I'm not buying that. I think he's 6'5", 6'6". First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. I could have swore he used to measure in much taller than that. You go 1, down and away 1. He appears to be okay. They keep flashing out there on both screens, but he appears to be okay. 1-1 count. Swing, pops it up. Can of corn. Shortstop. 2 down. Two down. I could have swore the first few times we saw them, he was coming in at 6'7"-ish. And he looks the part. I mean, every bit of it. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is a changeup off the plate. It's 1-0. Well, that's what they're going with tonight. They're saying it's 6'4". I don't know if that's right. They're trying to say that Lodolo is 2 inches taller than him. I'm not buying it. 1-0, fires it back. 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way. High and out of the zone. 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Hits it high. Not very deep. Right field. That'll be an easy F9 your scorecard, and that'll end the inning. Riley down once again. 3 flyouts tonight. Bad night once again. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail 3-1.
I like to use big words around people just to make myself seem more photosynthesis.
My husband messaged me today and he said, whenever you go out today, don't forget to go get bread at the bakery so Greg can greet you. And I messaged her back and said, who the is Greg? And he said, no, I just wanted to make sure you saw my text message, just confirmation. I was like, oh, I'm with Greg now. I thought that you saw me. He was like, where the are you at? And I said, near the bakery. And he said, I'll be there in 15 minutes. And then he messaged me back and he said, I'm at the bakery. Where are you at? And I said, I'm still at home. While you're there, go ahead and get bread.
Are either of you homosexuals?
You mean like flaming or?
Well, it's a standard question we have to ask.
No, we're not homosexual, but we are willing to learn.
Yeah, would they send us someplace special?
Over the first 4 games of the ALCS, the team's shared hatred was plain to see. It would again all come down to a decisive Game 5, with the tension and temperature peaking.
This is it. The American League Championship. The whole season comes down to 9 innings of baseball between the Royals and the New York Yankees.
It didn't take much for anybody there on either side to get into a ruckus. I'll never forget the slide that George had in the third base with Nettles.
First inning, I hit a triple off Guidry.
Right center field. Mickey Rivers chasing it hard. He cannot get it. Here comes McRae. He will score easily. Brett is fired for 3 to throw.
Close play at third base. I remember sliding, and you're going all out. Slid late, and my momentum took me over the bag. As I came up, I kind of pushed Greg. He took offense to it, and he just kicks me right in the mouth with his left foot. And I kind of go like, I'm going, what the hell was that? And I just get up and throw a haymaker at him.
Braves Braves Country Radio. Carrasco goes back to work. Cookie fires the first pitch. Top of the zone. Bottom of the zone, excuse me. It's 1-0. The 1-0 righty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing! Fouls it straight back right into the mask of Sean Murphy. That'll rattle you around. Appears to be okay. 1-1. Infield back into the left. Braves trail 3-1. You're just joining us. Much to do about nothing at the trade deadline. For the Braves. For everybody else, it was one of the busiest ones I can remember in a long time. I think one of the biggest winners were the San Diego Padres. There's the 1-1. Swing, rips it down the left field line. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. And up against the wall. A leadoff double by McLean and the Redlegs. If you missed the trade deadline, we'll go over some of it as the game goes along. Mason Miller, who was thought to be untouchable, and J.P. Sears, who is a very good left-handed starter in his own right, go to the Athletics. And the Athletics get the number 3 prospect in Major League Baseball, a shortstop in return in DeVries. First pitch on the way is a sinker right off the edge to Marte. He showed bunt, pulled it back, but it was in the zone. It's 0-1. Then they went and got Freddie Furman, the catcher for the Kansas City Royals, who we saw this past series, and he's a pretty good young catcher. We talked about that during that series, how he was good on the plate, good speed, decent bat. I mean, a good bat for a catcher. And not to mention they added Ryan O'Hearn, which is one of the best designated hitters in baseball this year, and our old friend Ramon Laureano, who will play a platoon role. The 0-2. Outside wide 1-2. You get 4 major pieces, and remember, they've got a bullpen. They've got one of the best bullpens in baseball already, and they added Mason Miller to it. I thought they were going to move some other of those guys, but they didn't. The 1-2. Banged into the hole, backhanded by Allen. He'll stop it from going to the outfield. Good range showed by Nick Allen, so he'll keep the runner at second, but it'll be an infield single for the Reds. First and second, nobody out. Nelly De La Cruz will be your batter. De La Cruz crushed a home run his last time, about 415 feet over the center field wall. First pitch on the way to Ellie De La Cruz. It swung on, fouled straight back. It's 0-1. So they had a heck of a haul, the Padres did. Other teams that have had really busy trade deadline, you got to like what the Mariners did, adding Eugenio Suarez, Caleb Ferguson, and Josh Naylor. The 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1. Yankees did a great job of fortifying their bullpen. They brought in some right-handed flamethrowers. I think they might be a little light on the left-handed side, but they also took care of the fact that 2 of their best bullpen pieces that were already on the team, they're going to be free agents next year. Now they got controllable pieces. The 1-1, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Mets had a successful trade deadline, as did, I think the Phillies could have done a little more, but they did get themselves a closer. It's the 1-2, swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got Ellie with the changeup. One away. Remember last inning, they started off with first and second, nobody out, and Carrasco was able to get out of it. Now a double play can get him out of this one. He's at 73 pitches. So unless he implodes here, he'll be out there for the 6th. First pitch on the way to Hayes. is fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Austin Hayes 0 for 2 with the ground out and a strikeout. The 0-1 pops it up high in the sky, very shallow right field. Book of Eli has no problem with it, flips it back in. 1 down, or 2 down, excuse me. Dane Dunning is warming up in the Braves bullpen, so this may be it for Carrasco come hell or high water. I don't know if they had a pitch count in mind. He had thrown 32 innings with the Yankees this year, but all in all, he may not be quite enough stretched out. They might treat him the way they did. If you remember how when he first got to the Braves, the first pitch on the way is a changeup inside. It's 1-0. When Joey Wentz first got to the Braves, he would go out there and pitch 4 innings, look good, but they wouldn't let him go any further. The 1-0 right there at the knees, it's 1-1. And Carrasco hasn't looked fantastic, but considering what we were expecting, I mean, this is well and above and beyond. I figured he was going to get 3 innings and just get bombarded. 1-1. Pops out of the glove. If Murph holds on to that, he's probably going to get the call, but it pops out of his glove. It's 2-1. It was one of those neighborhood plays. 2-1 count. Swing, rips it high into center field. Going back, making the running catch is Michael Harris II, and that'll end the inning. Though Cookie gets out of it once again. Braves grab the sticks. Ozuna leads us off.
Donnie Moore out of the bullpen to face Dave Henderson. In there, they're 2 strikes away. 1-2 to left field and deep and down. He goes back and it's gone. Unbelievable. You're looking at one for the ages here. Dave Henderson in obscurity in Seattle in August. Playing both ends against the middle in October. Unbelievable.
You like jelly beans? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You don't even know what. Do you even know what a jelly bean is?
It's something nasty.
No, it ain't.
So what does a jelly bean even taste like?
Sugar.
Like sugar? Ooh, no wonder it's nasty. Sugar's nasty.
It ain't on strawberries and jelly beans.
It didn't take long. The explosion was expected.
That's all it took. You know, George was playing with fire, and Nettles was playing with fire.
Greg Nettles kicked Brett after Brett slid. Brett came up swinging.
Nettles kicked him. What are you going to do? You're going to get up, and George didn't care who it was. You're going to kick him. He's going to fight.
You can see how the bad blood continues between these 2 ball clubs.
Thurman Munson comes up, and he's one of the first guys in the pile. But I'll never forget this. He's laying on top of me, shielding me. He said, "George, it's Thurman. I got you covered. No one's going to take any pot shots at you." How cool was that?
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. First pitch on the way is a curveball at the knees for a strike to Ozuna. It's 0-1. Abbott's at 78 pitches. You can't figure at the most he's got 2 innings left. This is probably it. The 0-1. Outside wide 1-1. 1-1 count. Brings it. Swing. Pops it back foul. 1-2. Something I did not expect to say tonight They didn't think he'd be on the team. As Marcell Ozuna is 1-for-1 with a walk, a single, and a run scored. The 1-2. Inside 2-2. But it appears, if you're just joining us, appears that he declined a trade. Any trade, not one in particular. Now, Anthopoulos came out and covered for him and said they never approached him, but no one believes that. The 2-2, down below the knees, full count. Because if he tells you that he denied a trade, then it makes the player look bad, and there's certain things that you're not, it's common courtesy. You don't want the player to have to fight that in the media. So it really doesn't do anybody any good. The payoff pitch, inside, ball forward, and he'll head on down to first. And you may look at it as, well, if the fans don't know what really goes on, you can get fired down the road because they're going to say you bumbled it. But there's so many ways to look at that. And if he came out and said he refused a trade, then the next thing the fans are going to say is the first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies. That ball's lifted into center field. That's down for a base hit. And we got runners on first and second. Nobody out. Good piece of hitting by the Wiz.
I'm the Wiz.
He reached for a changeup off the edge. Was able to lace it into center field. They go station to station with those Zuna speed. I don't think he could have went to third even if that was Harris on base. Sean Murphy now the batter. Man, this really clogs up the base paths when you got those hitting around each other. Ozzie Albies can't run, you know? If he gets on, he's just there where he is. First pitch to Murphy is off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. Kind of have to think that out when you're making out these lineups, man. You set it up like that as the 1-0. Check swing goes around. 1-1. But I just don't. I have a serious doubt that the Braves would bring him back, meaning Ozuna. And I don't know. Look, going forward, they may stay away from anything that could, as the 1-1 misses inside. They said he went around 1 and 2. So if you're in the league 10 years and you've been with the same team for 5 years, they have what they call a 10-5 rule in the collective bargaining agreement, meaning you can veto any trade. And going forward, the Braves may take that into consideration, deep consideration, when they go after a free agent. Pitch is high and out of the zone, 2-2. And you're already going to know that that's a thing you're going to deal with when you give guys like the 2-2 swing. Corkscrews it back foul. We'll do it again. When you sign some of the guys we have to the long-term deals, you know that's going to be a thing. You do have the ability to trade them before they get to that mark, but I'm referring to some of these veterans that they may come to. They may be at the point of, like, we don't want to give anything more than a 4-year deal because we don't want to be hamstrung when it comes to a trade deadline and the season isn't going the way we're wanting it. One thing I will say, you got to admire the front offices of the Padres and the Mariners and the Mets, even the Phillies to a degree. They were aggressive to get their closer. I think they have the rest of it. It's the 2-2. Pops it back foul. We'll do it again. I still think the Phillies are lacking the depth in their bullpen, and that'll be what gets them in the end. But their starting pitching is good enough where if the guys can go deep into the game, they might be able to figure that out. 2-2 count. You can't quite say that for the Mets across the board. Bangs it foul. We'll do it again. Two count. Lefty righty, nobody out, first and second. Here's the pitch. High and out of the zone. Four-seam fastball, full count. Man, you talk about some bad football being played. So we got the Hall of Fame game in the background. They've got all the backups in. And it looked like a high school football pass just got picked off, almost taken all the way back to the house. Payoff pitch down and in, ball 4, and the Smurf will head on down.
Smurf is me. I must call an emergency meeting.
Don't try to fool me.
Michael Harris will come to the plate with the bases loaded and nobody out again. First pitch on the way. 93 on the outer edge. It's 0-1. They've got a right-hander, Graham Ashcraft, who has been brutal against the Braves in recent memory. He is warming up in the bullpen, looks ready. The 0-1, P at the knees, 1-1. The Braves having Eli, Allen, the next two batters. This may be it for Abbott, trying to get him past the left-hander. The 0-2. Swing, pops it up. Can of corn over towards first base dugout, leaning in, making the good catch. First baseman steer, and Harris down once again. Harris now 1 for 3. He singled, but not in the big spot. He's come up to the plate with the bases loaded, nobody out 2 times tonight. The only base hit he got was a soft single back in the 3rd. And that'll be it. I guess I was right. We'll get the right-hander when we return, when we come back. Bases loaded, 1 out. Will they stick with Eli, or will they go to the bench for a pinch hitter? We'll find out when we return. On this date in 1912, Ty Cobb goes 1 for 4 in the Detroit Tigers' 4-1 victory over Washington at Navin Field. The Tiger outfielder singled for his 68th hit in 137 at-bats, a .535 average during July, the most ever collected in a single month by a major leaguer. On this date in 1930, the New York Yankees edged the Boston Red Sox 14-13. Thanks to Lou Gehrig's offensive output. The Iron Horse collects 8 RBI with a grand slam and 2 doubles in the Fenway Park shootout. And on this date in 1954, in Brooklyn's Ebbets Field, using a borrowed bat, Joe Adcock hits 4 home runs in 1 game and a double, which misses by inches of being his 5th round tripper in the Braves' 15-7 victory over the Dodgers. Milwaukee's first baseman, 18 total bases, collected on 7 pitches, sets a major league record, surpassing the old mark established in 1950 by the Brooklyn Dodgers' Gil Hodges. And that's your Braves Country Radio on this date in baseball history. Find us on YouTube and Facebook today. Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Eli White is banged on the ground. That's going to hop over the glove of the third baseman, Cabrian Hayes. Ozzie and Ozuna come home to score. We got ourselves a tie ball game. That looked like, let's see, take a different look at that, but that looked like a bit of bad luck.
Hitting? Not about
Brian Hayes, normally a phenomenal
the velocity V in relation to the trajectory T, in which G
fielder,
of course, remains a constant.
Took a hard hop. They haven't shown a good. Here it goes. Man, he just got caught on the in between. That it actually, if you've never seen him play third base before, you just think he sucks at the job. He's normally really good. I don't know if that's nerves or he just misread it. It was a high hopper, and then he was kind of caught in the short in between stage, And as opposed to charging it, he was trying to play it off the second hop, but that's right in front of you. He knows better than that. Drake Baldwin is now in for Nick Allen. First pitch on the way, 89 below the knees. It's 0-1. Got a funny feeling this is going to be a fun team to watch in the back half of this year. I know we're out of the playoff race, but I just got a feeling this is going to be a team that's going to put up a fight because as the cutter is down and in 1-1. The looming you're going to get traded is off of everybody's, is the shadow that's off of everybody's back right now, right? So now you're just going to go out there and play baseball. Is the 1-1, swing, chops it foul, 1-2. And you'll see some youngsters come up and get a chance to play that normally wouldn't. We'll get Chris Sale back sometime late next month in August. I doubt that we see Schwellenbach as the 1-2, inside 2-2. Looks like Grant Holmes is deciding whether to have Tommy John or the internal brace surgery that Spencer had. The 2-2 fouls it back. Full count. Or 2-2. I would think he's probably going to go Tommy John because that's usually an 18-month recovery. And he's waiting so long now. Like, what is the point? As the 2-2 chops it off his instep. Unless he thinks he can come back and make a difference next year around the trading deadline and come out of the pen for the Braves, then that could be a possibility. But I haven't heard any word on that one way or the other, just that he's mulling it. The 2-2 swung on, hit over towards second, bobbling it off his foot. He'll fire it over to first, and the Drake is safe. That's going to be an error for sure. That ball was hit right at McLean, or I would think it's an error.
You don't like the Drake?
I love the Drake.
How could you not like the Drake?
Who's the Drake?
The Drake is good.
No chance for Smurf to score from home because McLean got it back pretty quickly, and he was camping over there near third because he thought he was going to catch the ball clean. If he knew he was going to bobble it, he would have took off. So the bases are still bases are loaded. Nobody scored. It's 3-3. There's one out, and Luke Williams will now run for Drake because he's going to stay in to play defense. You know what you could have done there if you're really trying to win this? First pitch on the way, chops it over to short. Ellie's got it, flips it to first, and that'll end the inning. What? I'll tell you my thought on when we get back, but there's a different way you could have played that. Braves 3, Reds 3, we're all knotted up here in Cincinnati.
Losses for a pitcher are just part of the game, but what Lefty Gomez lost while playing for the Yankees goes way beyond that. You might want to sit down for this one. Lefty Gomez had a pretty great career. He was a 5-time World Series champ, a 7-time All-Star, and eventually a Hall of Fame. While most pitchers struggled with control, Lefty struggled to gain weight. His 150-pound frame had the Yankees worried he wouldn't be able to pitch late into games. For 3 consecutive seasons, he would be ordered by Yankees owner Jacob Ruppert to spend a month at a health farm in Saratoga, California to gain weight. While all of this went on, in his first big league camp, Lefty would be struck with a line drive that would result in caps on his front teeth. The Yankees, who were already displeased with Lefty's ability to gain weight, commanded their young pitcher to have all of his upper teeth pulled. The reasoning, the pitcher's slight build could be due to a dental problem. There was no medical substantiation other than the fact that this was common practice during the time. So Lefty had a choice: get all his upper teeth pulled or risk being released from his contract. In the end, Lefty had the procedure done, and the rest is history. Lefty wouldn't be the only victim of this tomfoolery. Lou Gehrig had all of his teeth yanked in the 1930s also.
It would be a blow for the Royals if George Brett is ejected.
I don't think anyone got thrown out of the game.
Nobody got kicked out of the game.
Like, nothing makes less sense. Everybody was just like, all right, let's let cooler heads prevail and let's play ball.
Unfortunately for Brett and the Royals, though, when play resumed, it would be the Yankees who finished on top and grabbed another pennant.
In time, double play, the ball game is over. The Yankees win the American League pennant. That says it all for the Kansas City Royals and their stunned fans.
It was a tough one, especially that one at home. We lost in Yankee Stadium. You get to see them celebrate, which was really bad. But when they celebrate on your own field, that's tough. That's really hard. I mean, that was a tough one to swallow. Then we face them again the next year. Crazy.
Welcome back. Cookie Carrasco is going to go back out there for another inning of work. They do have the bullpen working. As the first pitch on the way is banged down the line foul. It's 0-1. Having to restart this because that thing started. What is going on here? All right, I'm going to have to go out of it altogether. The 0-1. Misses 1-1. 1-1 count. Y'all couldn't see it, but that scream's going haywire. Talk about getting seasick in a hurry. 1-1 count. Misses high. 2-1. We'll have it back here in a second. Fraley the batter. Righty-lefty matchup. The 2-1. Bangs it foul down the line. I think we got it coming in now. 2-2. The camera was not staying still. It was flipping around the field. And it was making me nauseous just trying to get it out of there. The 2-2 count. Down and in. Full count. Cookie Carrasco's at 84 pitches. They might have sent him back out there for one too many batters. Fraley 1 for 1 on the day. The payoff pitch. Caught, looking strike 3. Seam fastball. You got caught staring at the cookie, baby. 1 away. Cookie Carrasco, 4 strikeouts. Andrew Abbott, who was the headliner tonight, he only had 1. He gave up 5 hits through 5 1/3, 2 earned, 5 walks, and a strikeout. First pitch on the way is a 4-seam fastball right there on the outer edge. It's on. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. 0-2 count. Righty Stevenson. RBI double in the second. Takes the cutter down and away. 1-2. See if we can get a better angle on this. They went to the wrong side. It's got to be up to the individual. There's the 1-2 swing, knocks it back foul. There's no rhyme or reason. Some stadiums we go to, because the offset camera is the best for the batter, meaning on the other side of where the batter is. In some stadiums, it goes with the batter. In some stadiums, they just stick it right behind one or the other. The 1-2. Caught looking punchy, baby. 2 down. They're all getting caught with their hand in the cookie jar. And Cookie Carrasco rocking and rolling in his Atlanta Braves debut. That is his 5th strikeout. First pitch on the way is a strike to Benson. It's 0-1. Wouldn't this be something if he strikes out the side? The 0-1. No such luck. He's going to dump a single into right field, and the Reds have the go-ahead runner aboard. Braves 3, Reds 3, 2 outs. Benson at first, and Cambraya Hayes comes to the plate. You know he wants to make up for the defensive gaffe in the last inning. First pitch on the way is a four-seam fastball. Right there for a strike, it's on one. The 0-1. Flips it over to first, keep Benson close by. 1-1. Yeah, so they're showing Benson standing right next to Olson, and he is towering over Olson. Olson's 6'4". So I knew that was BS. The 1-1, the 0-1, excuse me, down and away, 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way, swung on, chopped over towards second. He's got it. Flips it to Matty, and that'll end the inning. Cookie Carrasco wheeling and dealing, baby. He's through 6. We're tied in the Queen City.
I farted in the Apple store today, and everybody got real pissed. It's not my fault they don't have windows.
Your home plate collision with catcher Ray Fosse. All-Star games are viewed somewhat differently now by players than back then. There just isn't the same competitive spirit today that there once was. But even then, you took some criticism for that hit. But what people may not know, there was no bad blood between you and the catcher. There was no ill will.
Listen,
I believe you've gone out with him like the night.
I could be 100% wrong on this, Graham, but here's my philosophy on that. If you paid to see me play a game, my obligation to you is to do everything within the rules to win the game. And if you don't want to get hurt, don't block the plate. He had the plate blocked. I had to do what I did. I don't care if it's a spring training game or if it's a World Series game or an All-Star game or a regular season game. There was 55,000 people paid big bucks to watch that game. What am I supposed to do, just slide in and say, go ahead and tag me, I'll go the extra innings? Your obligation to the fans is to bust your ass and play as hard as you possibly can.
In Game 3 of the 78 ALCS, number 5 would put on a show against Catfish Hunter at Yankee Stadium.
That pitch is hit high in the air and deep to right. It is gone in the upper deck for Brett. Brett hits it well again. Rivers turns his back, goes back. It is gone. Brett is 2 for 2.
Performance that George put on was, I don't know, maybe he might have been Mr. October that day. He was a bad man.
George Brett hits it to right field. Is it 3 in a row? Yes! Incredible! What a performance!
George, every year in the postseason, was at a different level. That moment would be seared in baseball history forever, if not for the game they lose.
Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. Ashcraft into the game. Fires the first pitch to Matt Olson's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Ashcraft back out for another inning of work. The 0-1 fired away. It's 0-2. Fouls it back. Olson 1 for 3 with a single in the first. The 0-2 bangs it on the ground over towards third. Flips it to first, and Ice House is safe, baby! Let's go, Braves Country!
This is not
An infield single.
This is Ice House.
That's not nothing.
Ice House. Smooth as it gets.
The 1 on, nobody out. Looks like they're going to look at this. I know it's Olson going down the line. The first look that I got, he looks safe, but, well, it bounces on the ground. Trying to get a decent look at, well, terrible job by the production. They might have gotten him. They might have gotten him. Hits his, yeah, they got him. Assuming that they're going to say that ball was secure. And it did look like he got him, so that'll be an out. We know he's not the fleetest of foot. I don't even know if he knows how to like traditionally sprint. He always looks like he's trying, but he just looks like he's lumbering. Like he's just, I'll get there. Hold on. Here comes the call from the booth, and that's it. He's out. Fun while it lasted. Thought he had beaten one out. Good review by Tito in the Reds dugout. So one up, one down, and that'll bring Austin Riley to play, who popped out, and popped out. First pitch is a slider right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swing, bangs it back foul towards the first base dugout. It's 0-2. The 0-2 count, outside wide, 1-2. Kicks and fires, swing and a miss, strike 3. It doesn't seem like he's going to be back to iron. Handwriting's on the wall. Game's passed him by, and he kind of looks beaten down. I'd be shocked. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is a swing and a miss at the top of the zone. 0-1. The 0-1. Outside wide, 1-1. 1-1 count. Swing, lifts it into center, running in, making the catch is Benson. Man, I wish we could play that old Benson music, but they'd get us for sure. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th, and it's stretch time here in Braves country. Welcome back, Braves country. I think I failed to mention this, but we were talking back and forth in our chat in between commercials this game. and we talked about is the first pitch on the way is a pitch right there from Kinley, the guy we just got in the trade from Colorado. It's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. See what this kid's got. Kid, he's in his 30s. The 0-1 down and in. But anyways, when we were originally doing the 7th as the happy hour, I think we're going to start doing the 8th because that's the one that everyone thinks that's our inning. So we might as well have fun with it. 1-1 chops it foul down the line. It's also because if it goes into extra innings, it covers us. Typically, when you get around this time of the game, it's somewhere in this neighborhood is when you've got about an hour left. Somewhere on the 7th. It's a longer innings and it'll be, around the 8th. But anyways, you get the drift. It doesn't have to be an actual hour. 1-2 count. Kicks and fires. Swings, slaps it towards right. That is going to get down for a base hit. Softly hit ball off the bat. Just sliced into right field. I mean, that is an excuse me dink if I've ever seen one. Eli White was on it quickly, so I'll tell you what, man. McClain can fly. His feet, like you don't even see his feet move. It's a blur. And Eli was on it so quick he held him to a single. First pitch on the way to Marte is swung on, pops it up. High in the sky. Underneath it is Harris. He'll make the catch. One away. I've always liked that McClain kid. He's a fire plug at the top of their order. They've got a good young nucleus. They're starting to age a little bit, but they're just getting seasoned. And I've been saying this for years. I thought the Reds they're going to have a year where they go deep into October. They can get the pitching figured out. And they were fairly aggressive at the deadline, much more than they normally are. Our Reds guy was supposed to come on, but he got hung up at work. First pitch on the way to De La Cruz is they're going to check down the third base line, call it a strike. It's 0-1. Another one thing, whoever is doing the screen at Cincinnati, man, get it together. Like 50 pitches they haven't cleaned that up since. Flip it over to first, keep the runner close by. We might get a good angle here with Ellie on the left side. Yeah, we will. So 0-1 count. This is a good angle. Kicks and fires. Swing, rips it into right field. Eli comes up with it, fires it into the infield. And they got runners on first and second and one out. I can hear Braves country already talking. We traded for this bum. He's facing the top of the order. Trying to see when was the last time he pitched. They'll have him for next year as well. He looks nothing like his profile picture, by the way. First pitch on the way is a slider down and away. It's 1-0. Almost makes you wonder, do they have the same guy? Did we get the right guy in the trade? They sent somebody else in here. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Austin Hayes, the batter. That's going to get confusing for Reds fans. You got Austin Hayes and Brian Hayes. Not spelled the same way, but nonetheless. Let's see, look at his game log, Mr. Kinley, Tyler Kinley, the right-hander. 1-1, down and away. 2-1. He's from Plantation, Florida. Nickname is TK. I think we can come up with something better than that. But anyways, TK went to college in Barry and was drafted by the Marlins in round 16 way back in 2013. The 2-1, down and in, 3-1. 3-1 count with runners on first and second, one out. See, he pitched with Colorado 3 days ago in Cleveland. That's his last outing. The 3-1, ball 4, bases loaded. Bases loaded, 1 out. And Kranitz, man, he has a hard time getting up those stairs. He heads out there. Talk to Kenley, probably to introduce himself for the first time. Hey, man, who the hell are you? You don't look like your profile picture. We get the right guy? Looking at the month of July, he has a 2.31 ERA. So 11 2/3 innings pitched. Gave up 2 runs. Or excuse me. 11 2/3 innings, gave up 3 runs. 9 hits. 16 strikeouts. Prior to that, he had some pretty high ERAs. He was phenomenal in April, but it's cold in Colorado in April. The first pitch on the way is a swing and a miss. The Steer, 0-1. We'll set the camera back so you can see the bases loaded. Nobody going to be moving on the pitches. The 0-1. Pops it up. High. Into right field. Eli calls everybody off. He'll fire it in the infield. 2 down. I'll tell you one thing about Eli. When he's out there playing defense, he plays defense. He gets on top of the ball quickly. A solid arm. Nothing but hustle from that man. I hope they keep him for the bench for quite some time. I love watching Eli White play. I know he's not the batsman that any of them are. Even Harris. I know Harris has his struggles, but first pitch to Fraley is up top for a strike. It's 0-1 slider. In his profile picture, Tyler Kenley, he's got this big bushy beard, and he's very manicured beard now, and it looks, I mean, just by looking, it looks like he's lost 20 pounds. The 0-1 inside, 1-1. He's 34 years old, 6'4", 220. Bases loaded, the 1-1, down and in. 2-1. There's 2 outs, bases loaded, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You can't start nibbling. He's going to have to learn to shake Smurf off. He loves to nibble if he gets a strike. The 2-1, swing, chops it foul. Slider. 2-2. Bases juiced. 2 outs, a 2-2 count. Tyler Kenley, the new Brave, steps off the mound for a second. He's got essentially a 2-pitch or 3-pitch mix. A slider at 62%, 4-seamer at 26%, and then the curve at 11%. He's got a show-me changeup, but he only throws it about 1% of the time. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He had to have gone around on that one. Yak 'em, baby. Tyler Kenley out there dealing. All right, let's go. 2026 will be unstoppable.
Have the people that say white people have no culture ever been to an SEC football game?
Players will often showboat in baseball, But Gates Brown took hot dogging to a whole nother level in 1968. On this particular day, Brown wasn't in the lineup, so he decided to get himself a couple of hot dogs. After he returned to the bench with hot dogs in hand, his manager Mayo Smith asked him to pinch hit. Not wanting to get caught with food, he stuffed both of the hot dogs into his shirt. Brown told the Sporting News in 1994 that this was the only time in his career he went up to the plate not wanting to get a hit. Exactly the opposite happened, and he would drive a ball into the gap. He raced around first and headed to second, where he would have to slide head first to avoid getting thrown out. What resulted had both benches and the players on the field laughing hysterically. Poor Gates Brown was covered in squash meat and mustard, and he was also red with embarrassment. He was later fined $100. In response, he stated, "Where else can you eat a hot dog and have the best seat in the house?"
Why would I need to hit on another woman? You've got more than enough personalities to keep me completely occupied.
Just give me all the bacon and eggs you have. Wait. I worry what you just heard was, give me a lot of bacon and eggs. What I said was, give me all the bacon and eggs you have.
Brett's heroics were for naught, and the Royals would ultimately drop the series in 4 games.
Yankees win. And Keith, it's happening all over again. Kansas City has lost to the Yankees 3 years in a row. I suspect bitterly disappointed.
We lost to the Yankees in 76, 77, 78. I've never gotten over that. I don't like them. I told Dayton Moore a few years ago, we weren't very good. I said, I hope we go 6-156 this year. Beat the Yankees 6 times and lose every other game.
It says right here in this account, we have $401,000.
Jackpot.
You missed it.
Nope. That says you have a 401k account.
Welcome back. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in that dugout. His first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is swinging and a strike. It's 0-1. We'll bring the screen in so you can see it much better. The 0-1. Swung on, lifted into left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Ozzie Albies, who's coming around, he'll slam on the brakes at first, head back to second. The ball gets away, but Ozzie was already heading back, so he'll stay put at first base, and it's a leadoff single by the Wiz.
I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz, I'm the Wiz, and nobody beats me.
Sean Murphy, the batter, he takes a slider down and in from Ashcraft. It's 1-0. 1-0. Right there at the knees. 97-mile-an-hour cutter. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Runner at first, nobody out. The pitch, swing and a miss. Chase 1, down and away, 1-2. One, two. Swung on, chopped over towards third. It's going to be a tough play by Hayes. He'll fire it over to first. Wide throw. And the Smurf has an infield single. I didn't even know those were legal for Sean Murphy.
Smurf is me. I must call an emergency meeting.
Don't try to fool me.
They're going to come and get Ashcraft out. Tito says, I've had enough. Man, I went to the restroom for 2 seconds. You put 2 on, nobody out. We'll be back in a flash. Your Atlanta Braves threatening here in Cincinnati.
I thought that was a limit drop. I didn't think it was tequila.
December 5th, the verdict of the second Boston.
106 miles from Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
It's happy hour.
When wins become losses
and losses become wins.
You guys going to happy hour? Yeah? Yeah, I'll come for a couple. Just a couple, though. Not like last time.
Okay. Let's get it!
Have dinner, ready?
I put my pants on, one leg at a time. Guess what? I got a fever, and the only prescription is not...
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News.
You're in Braves country.
Everybody drink a beer. Salute.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. Pretty soon we're going to be calling this country.
Oh, yeah. For me and the Lord, you gotta understand it. We're on a mission of God.
Welcome back, Braves country. First pitch on the way. Michael Harris drops a bunt down the line. Is it going to stay fair? It will, and the first baseman bobbles it. And your Atlanta Braves have the bases loaded and nobody out. Good piece of hitting there by Money Mike coming through here. Dropped a bunt down the line, and he was willing to give himself up. But they weren't able to get that ball to roll foul. Steer tried to then pick it up, and it popped off his hand.
Never know. You know what I'm saying? I got a little razzle dazzle.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. First pitch on the way to Eli White is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. When he realized that ball was going fair as the 1-0. Swung on. That ball is roasted into left field. That's through for a base hit. And the book of Eli.
For our sake, both thorns and
RBI single.
Forth for us.
We'll go station to station. We lead it 4-3. Four to 3, and Luke Williams takes the first pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down and away. 1-1. 1-1 count. Lefty-righty matchup. Kicks and fires. That ball is smoked. That ball's going to get through. That ball gets down where the green grass grows. 1 run will score. Your Atlanta Braves lead at 4-3. 2 runs will score. They lead at 5-3. 3 runs will score in your Atlanta Braves. Luke Williams with an RBI or 2 RBI double. Excuse me. They had the screen messed up.
Hitting? It's not about muscle. It's simple physics. Calculate the velocity V in relation to the trajectory T, in which G, gravity, of course, remains a constant.
6-3 your score. And Profar takes it at the knees. Low strike. It's 0-1. Runners at second and third to clean that up. Nobody out. Speed on the base paths of Williams and Eli. The 0-1. Right down the pipe. It's 0-2. The 0-2. Swing! Bangs it foul. Profar. We'll do it again. The 0-2 count. Brings it. Swing and a miss, strike three. Chase one well off the plate. One away. One down, and that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Here's some funny stuff. I know he struggled in the inning he was in. Think about this. The recently acquired reliever from the Rockies, Tyler Kinley, he's in line for the win now. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 1-0. Chops it back to the mound. Here comes the throw at home plate, and Eli is safe! Head first slide in the book of Eli.
Should be the ground.
Gives us a 4-run lead, baby boy.
It shall bring forth for us.
So how about that? Eli White comes home to score. Pitch came right back to the pitcher. The hit came right back to the pitcher. He corralled it pretty quickly, but Eli's just got elite speed. Head first slide and just beat the tag. Good hustle. It'll be an RBI single, and that's it. The reliever came in, Sam Mole, and moly, he gone. We'll be back in a flash. Holy moly, the Braves lead it here in the 7th.
What are you doing?
Cleaning a flintlock musket from the Revolutionary War while enjoying a little bacon and biscuits. This is what our forefathers died for.
Can you do that in your den?
The Bill of Rights says I can do this wherever I want to do that.
Well, what if your 2-year-old grandson walked in here?
And overpowers me?
Back could be turned, you could be reaching for a piece of bacon.
Grab the musket out of my hand, shove me to the ground, pour the correct amount of powder in here, take the ramrod, jam it down there, get a musket ball, put that in there, take the ramrod back out, jam that down there, somehow shoot me in the foot.
Keep the safety on.
Honey, this whole gun is a safe.
Okay, I just heard somebody say this on the radio. They said if somebody offered to pay my food and my rent for the next 18 years, I would do anything for them. But I complained every time I had to take the trash out of my parents' house. Just let that sink in. Just let that sink in. I'm gonna go call my mom.
The Royals began 1980 on a mission. George Brett's club had missed the playoffs for the first time in 4 seasons the year before and were hungry to get back to October.
I think if we ever do get a chance to play in the playoffs again, that if I was a betting man, I'd bet on the Royals, but I'm not a betting man.
Usually I started the season hitting about 220 in April, and then around May I would start getting hot.
How about that George Brett of the Kansas City Royals? Is he ever hot?
I just remember that I was seeing the ball good, and then I missed those 30 games with my ankle injury. I was stealing second base, boom, rolled my ankle, missed 6 weeks. We didn't have rehabs then. Hell, as soon as you were able to play, you were in the lineup. And I came back and I didn't miss a beat.
The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a drive, hit deep down the right field line. Might see if it's fair. It's gone. It is there. Home run for George Brett.
I love that car more than anything that I have.
What about it? Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley's off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Richardson in to pitch now. The 1-0 delivers it to Riley. Fouls it straight back. That's 1-1. We've got runners on the corners. 1 out. Riley at the plate. Standing on deck is Ozuna. Now this feels like a good time to blow this one right open. Leading by 4. Never feels like enough this year. Let's keep on tacking on. 1-1. Right down the pipe, sinker for a strike. 1-2. At least like to see Riley get a fly ball here. Got speed over there at third. Wouldn't take much to score the run. The 1-2 count. They set up wide. Swing. Lifts it towards right center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Austin Riley comes through in the clutch, and your Atlanta Braves make it 8-3.
You're my boy, boo!
Snowman on the board.
My boy!
Atlanta Braves will put 5 runs up here in the 8th inning. It's 8-3, double snowman for you. Cool Hand Luke comes home to score. And Marcell Ozuna, man, he could blow this puppy wide open with one swing. First and second, one out. First pitch, way outside wide, 97 mile an hour fastball. It's 1-0. Infield back into the left. The 1-0, right there at the knees. 1-1. Ozuna 1 for 2, 2 walks, a single, 2 runs. 0 trades. The 1-1. Down and away, 2-1. 2-1 count. Richardson, the right-hander, comes set. Kicks and brings it. Down and away. 3-1. 3-1 count. Lyon Richardson, spelled Lyon. Why'd they name him Lyon? Was that a cheat, baby? The 3-1 count. Kicks and fires, swing and a miss, full count. It's from Jensen Beach, Florida. Should have known he'd been from Florida. Went to high school at Jensen Beach. Drafted by the Reds in the second round back in 2018. His third year in the league, has a career ERA of 3.63. The payoff pitch. Swing! Fouls it down the line, foul and out of play. I know they're not likely to re-sign him, but I'm going to miss the hell out of Ozuna. I like the way he just approaches the game. I just hope he doesn't go to one of our rivals, because I'm going to be pulling for him. The payoff pitch inside, ball 4, and what do you know? The bases are juiced. 1 out. You could bring Jared Kelenic in to pinch run. It looks like they're not going to, but it would make a ton of sense. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is popped up down the left field line. That'll get out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swing! That ball's hammered into right field. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Ozzie Albies hammers one towards the corner. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. We've got runners on second and third. A 2 RBI double by the Wiz. 101 miles an hour off the bat. And your Atlanta Braves have taken a touchdown lead here on the beginning of the National Football League. It's 10-3. More exciting scoring going on in this game than there is in that other one, I can tell you. Runners on the corners. They originally marked him getting to second, but he did not. If you're following along on video at home. Good defensive play by Marte, by the way, out there to keep Ozzie. That got deep into the right field corner. He cut it off. And Ozzie took a huge turn but slammed on the brakes. Sean Murphy, your batter. Still never feel like we've got enough, so let's keep tacking on. You don't know what kind of knucklehead they're going to bring out of the bullpen. Michael Harris stands on deck. Braves have put 7 on the board here in the 8th. First pitch on the way is high and inside. Curveball. It's 1-0. Well, I think that settles it. We'll be playing that clip to start the 8th inning going forward, come hell or high water. That brought some good luck. The 1-0 right there at the knees, 1-1. I like the new emoji now. I was on the fence. I like it now. Old 8 ball. 1-1 count. Right there at the knees. 1-2. Same two teams back at it tomorrow. It's a quick turnaround. 12:40 first pitch, and then it has been announced Saturday night in Bristol. Spencer Strider versus Chase Burns. That should be a fun one. The 1-2. Swing, chops it foul. We'll do it one more time. You haven't seen that kid Chase Burns pitch for the Reds. He is a something else. High strikeout rate, brings it. One of the top prospects coming up from the farm system in all of baseball. The 1-2. Swing, hammers it towards left. Will that get down? That's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes 1 run. Atlanta Braves lead at 11-3. Here comes the... Is he going to hold him up? Man, oh man alive. Freddie Gonzalez. Can we fire you? Can we trade you? My God. I thought Tui was bad.
Like, who made you a break slick? That looks like an...
I don't know what I just did there. Braves lead it 11-3. Sean Murphy.
Murphy's me. I must call an emergency meeting.
They're going to have yet another pitching change here in the 8th inning. Your Atlanta Braves have put a snowman up in the snowman inning, and it's 11-3. Atlanta GA over Cincinnati, Ohio. We'll be back in a flash when we return. Money Mike will be grabbing the stick. We still have runners at second and third and only 1 out. Mac McGee
And I, we're on the same team.
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
And we need more players. We need you to help us win the battle against hunger and poverty. You can sponsor
Braves Country Radio.
Teamwork is what
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
it is all about. And that's why we need you. For just $15 a month,
Don't get greedy. Ask for $2.99.
you can sponsor a child just like
Braves Country Radio.
I've been able to really help,
Braves Country Radio.
and it feels so good. It's so easy. Just reach out now and start sending your love around the world.
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
If you join our team, we really can bat 1,000.
Mac McGee.
Who's waiting for help? There's room on our team for you.
Brent Suter will come in, the left-hander, 3.12 ERA. Southpaw set to face Michael Harris. Runners at second and third, 1 out, 8 across for the Braves. First pitch on the way is a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing, chops it foul. 0-2. 0-2 count. We've more than batted around in this inning. Ozzie Albies led it off. As the 0-2 swing, chops it off the plate. Now they're going to call that a strikeout. Thought he got a piece of it, but I guess he didn't. 2 down. This will be the 13th batter to hit the plate in this inning. Top of the 8th, the Braves lead at 11-3. We have had a fun time in this inning if you stepped away. First pitch on the way to Book of Eli. What in the world happened? All right, I have to figure out what's going on with the screen here. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Pops it up. High into the sky. That'll make the catch. And we are back. I don't know what that was. It had something to do with the system that we shared the screen off of. We'll be back in a flash. That'll end the inning, but not before 8 runs hit home plate. And your Atlanta Braves lead it 11-3. My mercy.
This feels weird. Are you sure this is legal?
I don't know. It's fun though, isn't it?
Is this the Thomas residence?
You got it.
Oh, come right on in. Have a seat. We've been expecting you. Someone called for a cosmetic order. Is there a lady here?
Well, what do I look like, Rosie Greer?
Hey, Leslie, Ashley said she wants to meet up before the 7-Eleven watch party at the AT&T Stadium and just kind of hang out.
Who is Ashley?
She's a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader. She had messaged me this morning. We've been talking back and forth. She was like a fan and saw our content, wanted to hang out.
Hang out with who?
With me.
With you?
Well, with us. She's really cool. Dude, I've talked to her all day today. She wants to show us around the facility.
Cody, if you want to make it to the watch party on Sunday, you better be kidding with me right now in this moment.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Listen, if you don't want to hang out with her, that's fine. I'm down to go by myself.
Cody?
Listen, it's a joke. There's no Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders messaging me, okay?
There better not be.
It was a joke.
There better not be.
Unless one wants to, then by all means. God, oh my God. Leslie told me I have to make it abundantly clear that I actually am not interested in a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader DMing me, okay? Don't DM me, okay? Don't DM me. Do it.
And all the media comes in after the game and they say, hey, are you going to hit 400? It seemed like every day more media showed up.
George, since you went over the 400 mark, have you given any thought to that?
Well, I've given it thought because that's all I've been talking about lately, mainly because that's all I've been doing is talking to writers, it seems like.
And little did I know, for the next month, I'd be over 400.
Serious run at becoming the first 400 hitter since 1941.
People would wake up every morning and say, what is George Brett hitting? And that was across the country.
It was like, holy, you know what? This guy's hitting 400. It's getting pretty late in the year.
Welcome back to Braves Country Radio. First pitch on the way is a sinker up top for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing, slaps it towards left. Down for a base hit. And it's a leadoff single for the Reds. One on, nobody out. Dane Dunning, the pitcher. I wonder if he got ice cold. Remember, he was warming up long before the top of this, or the bottom of this inning. As the cutter swung on by Benson is popped back foul. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1. Swing. Slices that one. Riley gives chase, but it will get out of play. 0-2. 0-2 count. The 0-2 misses high, 1-2. I like how Anthopoulos is shooting his mouth off, saying that he would extend, that he would offer Snit to coach next year. But the Anthopoulos' bosses is the 1-2 pitch is slapped into center field, down for a base hit. And the Reds have the first two runners on. Don't go anywhere. We ain't won this sucker yet. But you know, bosses are listening to that going, well, we might have to reevaluate your job then, because somebody's got to fire him. Ball was slapped over the top of Nick Allen. No chance to get that. Righty-righty matchup now. Dunning now to face Hayes. First pitch on the way. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Top of the zone, 0-2. You got to think of the big picture, too. Even if you're a big fan of Snicker, how do you sell that to the fan base next year to buy season tickets if they're going to run it back? That's the business. The 0-2 swing, that ball is hammered, and Hayes is going to hit a home run in his first game as a Red. So they still trail 11-6, but things just got a little tighter here in Braves country. And here come the Braves, and old Snitty at the wheel. He says, y'all think this game's over? Hold my beer. He hammered that pitch, and he is not a good batter, but he slammed that pitch. That's much better, Charlie. First pitch on the way is a sinker in the dirt. It's 1-0. I was just giving you a hard time, bud. McLean, 2 for 4, the double and a single. That kind of makes up for Hayes' defensive blunder earlier. Makes up for it in a big way. It's not his fault the bullpen absolutely crumbled in this game for the Reds. Pitch on the way is a sinker right down the pipe. It's 1-1. The 1-1 misses high and out of the zone to him. Two-1 count. In the dirt, 3-1. I mean, get somebody up, man. You don't want to blow an 11-3 lead. Good night, Irene. No lead is safe with this team. The 3-1 from Dunning. Ball full. No, they're going to call that a strike. It was out of the zone. We'll take it. Full count. You're at the top of the order for the Reds. The bottom of the order, the 7, 8, 9 hitters scored 3 runs. As that pitch is slapped over down right field, Eli gives chase. It's going to be a single, and once again, the Reds got something cooking here in the 8th. Kranitz comes out there as I'm sure they're trying to scurry to get someone warmed up in the bullpen. This is unbelievable. Excuse me. Would hit the out-of-town scoreboard, but nothing was happened today. There were 3 games total in Major League Baseball. That's it. Yankees beat the Rays 7-4 in the middle of that game. One of the Tampa Bay Rays was traded to the Yankees, so he had to go across the way, come out of the game during a rain delay, and go to the other dugout. Rangers and Mariners, that's it. They just got going out in Seattle. It's a huge 4-game series. It's 0-0 in Seattle. First pitch on the way, sinker misses. It's 1-0. Dane Dunning has yet to record an out. He's given up 3 runs, 4 hits. The 1-0. Swing, chops it foul, 1-1. 1-1 count. The minor league exhibition football game is just past halftime. Not that the score matters, but just letting you all know that. The 1-1 swing, chops it through the infield, and 5 batters, 5 hits, 11-6, nobody out. It's kind of a microcosm of the season, isn't it? Here he comes stumbling out of the dugout. I can blow any lead, buddy. You think 11-3 safe in the 8th? Watch this. We'll be back in a flash. See who comes out of the bullpen this time. Braves, 11-6, but nobody out and 2 on.
Put your hands up. This is a mockery. Don't you mean a robbery?
Opening day fact. Alexander Cartwright umpired the first game played by the Knickerbockers on April 10th, 1846. The score sheet for that game would simply say commencement of the season. With the Brooklyn Dodgers down 18-3 to their rival, the New York Giants, in 1912, fans stormed the field and delayed the game. By the time the fans were cleared out and play resumed, the game would be called in the 6th inning due to dark. The outfield stands at Braves Field received a fresh coat of paint before opening day in 1946, but weather prevented it from drying. What resulted was a lot of angry, paint-stained fans. The Braves would later issue an apology and even covered their cleaning bill. On April 15, 1947, Jackie Robinson became the first black baseball player to play in the major leagues when he took the field for the Brooklyn Dodgers. In his first game, he would walk and score a run on his way to winning Rookie of the Year at the end of the season. Ted Williams was one of the greatest hitters of all time, but he was even better on opening day, hitting an astounding .449. In 1950, Harry Truman became the only president to throw out a left-handed and a right-handed first pitch. Most people know that Hank Aaron broke Babe Ruth's home run record, but how many of you know that he tied Babe Ruth on opening day in 1974? Winning streaks and losing streaks are part of baseball. In 1974, another streak would happen when several naked fans ran onto the field at Chicago's Comiskey Park. And there you have it, some opening day facts.
In fact, no one in decades has been able to do what he's done. Carry a .400 average into September.
You rooted for him to hit 400.
I was rooting for him hard.
I'm just hitting the ball where it's pitched and everything's paying off right now.
How many of you think George Brett's going to bat 400 this year?
Then I did the one drastic thing I shouldn't have. I tried to hit 400. And once I got below 400, I started pressing more and more and more.
There's so much pressure in what he was trying to do, and you know that every pitcher is trying to get him out.
You haven't played in years. Why can't I be quarterback, huh?
You're right. Let's see what you got. Hit me. I'm open. That's why. Now sit down and shut up.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way. Dylan Lee dribbled up the middle. A run will score, and the Cincinnati Reds have made it 11-7. Here we go. All right, Braves country. Lead has been cut in half when we have yet to record it out here in the bottom of the 8th. So, runners on the corners, nobody out. And the tying run is on deck. Hayes, the batter. First pitch on the way. Misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Down and in, misses. 2-0. Two-0 count. Swing and a miss, change up, 2-1. They had an 8-run lead starting this inning if you're just joining us. They have not recorded an out. 4 have come across to make it a 4-run game. And 2 on. The 2-1 pops it up back behind home plate, 2-2. Austin Hayes, the designated hitter, batting .274. 2 batters away from hitting around in this inning. So unless they get a double play somewhere, that will happen. The 2-2. Chopper over third, over the head of Austin Riley, and another hit, and nobody out. Run comes home to score, and they got runners on second and third, and nobody out. Here in the bottom of the 8th. This is just... unbelievable. I think Peter reminded y'all not to get cocky last inning. And then Iron came in talking about, I'd like to thank Snicker and Anthopoulos for this opportunity to be a Braves fan. Slider on the way, swing and a miss to steer. It's 0-1. There it is. The 0-1 swing, hammers it to left field. She is gone. Tie ball game, 11-11. Just like that, without recording one out, your Atlanta Braves and Brian Snicker have made it 11-11. All righty, baby. All right. You gotta be kidding me. Thank God this team is not in the playoff race, because this would be hard to take. Holy Toledo. That'll help Dylan Lee's ERA climb all the way to 3.21 as he gives up 3 earned runs. Dane Dunning's ERA has jumped to 7.16 as he gives up 7 earned runs. Tell you what they should have done, if you're really thinking about, if you want to talk about someone who was declining trade options, they should have sent Marcell Ozuna out there to play defense and then have him pitch, just wear him out. Just ruin his chances in free agency. So 11-11 your score. We don't even have an out here in the 8th. Santiago Espinal comes to the plate. He's pitch hitting for Fraley. They figure they've got this thing won. They're already taking their starters out. The 0-1. Up top misses, 1-1. 1-1 count. Outside wide. That was a charity strike. 1-2. That is, you were 11 pitches in this inning and you've yet to get ahead of a batter. You've coughed up 3 runs. The 1-2 swing, slices it back, foul, do it again. The Cincinnati camera just found a guy sitting with the Braves fans. Tell he's a Braves fan, just any Braves stuff on. He's decked out in Hulkamania stuff. He's got a yellow mustache. He looks just like, doesn't look like the Hulk because he's massively out of shape, but he's dressed like him. 1-2 count. Swing, fouls it back. We'll do it again. "16 runs have crossed the plate here in the 8th inning. 8 for the Braves, 8 for the Reds. The Reds have yet to record an out. The 1-2. Fly ball into center field. And Michael Harris will finally get an out after 8 runs crossing the plate. 1 down. Good old Bronx cheer for the Braves pitching staff. I don't think that was loud enough. There we go. Tyler Stevenson, 2 for 4. It'd be fitting if he slammed one out. Ends up being the game-winning RBI the way he torches us. 87-mile-an-hour slider misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1-1. The 1-1 count. Outside wide. 2-1. 11-11, but that's not the story. The story is it was 3-3 to start this inning. The 2-1, outside wide, 3-1. Braves scored 8 runs. We kept talking about how you needed to kind of tack on and tack on. Braves did not get enough. 8 runs were not enough to manage the last 2 innings. The 3-1 in the dirt, ball 4. He'll head on down to first. We'll pull the screen back so you can see all the festivities about to come our way. This is a day late and $1 short. They finally have Pierce Johnson. I was trying to make out who that left-hander was. They didn't. I believe that was Dylan Dodd. Slider on the way, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. May have been Bummer. Yeah, that's another guy they didn't move at the deadline. It is Bummer. Yeah, they might as well put Bummer out there. The 0-1 chops it down the line. Lee's got it, fires it to first. 1-3, 2 down, but the go-ahead winning run goes into scoring position. JC came in just to give us some bad luck. Good job, JC. And here comes Snicker. And the looks on these guys' faces, that is a locker room that is lost. We'll be back.
Joe Carter's walk-off home run in the World Series to Michael Jordan's game-winning shot. What's the most memorable game in sports history?
That's just fatigue, folks. He has played every play as hard as he could. They all become so big right now.
Kellen Winslow with a Hall of Fame day, 12 receptions today, but now he's down and out of the game. Eric Sievers is back in as on 3rd and 20, Fouts and Winslow connect again. This is Don Criqui with John Brody at the Orange Bowl in Miami. We're in overtime in this AFC divisional playoff game. The Miami Dolphins led only once. They were up 38-31 and they were driving in position for what would have been a lock-up field goal in regulation. We played 13 minutes of overtime football. 38-38. Ed Luther holds. It is up and the game is over. The San Diego Chargers win with almost 14 minutes of overtime played. A 29-yard field goal by Rolf Benirschke. And the Chargers move on to the AFC Championship game.
Coke in a can is nowhere near as good as Coke in a baggie.
Set by Gossage, a high drive and deep to right field. It is gone. 3-run home run by George Brett into the 3rd tier of Yankee Stadium. And Brett has taken the Royals and put them in front here in the 7th inning. The Royals now lead it 4-2. And a stunned crowd here at Yankee Stadium in New York.
George hit it up there and we're going, that's our guy.
He has a flair for the dramatic, and he has come through again.
If you look back at the tape, this didn't happen back in that time. We came at home plate. It wasn't a walk-off. The game was not over yet, but a bunch of us met him at home plate, which you don't see that. That's how big that home run was.
What more can be said about that man?
That was it. I mean, it was like, man, the monkey's off our shoulder, but it's more like an elephant on your shoulders.
Called strike 3, and Kansas City wins the pennant.
Pierce Johnson's turn as Brian Hayes comes in. He's got a chance to do not only did he hit the 3-run home run to start the inning, he could hit an RBI single to send the runner home from second. Curveball down and away. It's 1-0. Up top for a strike, 1-1. One count. Swing, lifts it into right field, and Eli White will make the catch. That's why we didn't move PJ at the trade deadline. Make sure we can hold on this 11-11 score. We go to the ninth. Oh, God, this has been a long year, Braves country.
It is interesting to me that if someone is walking slow in front of me, I'm like, oh, this person's the most annoying person in the world. And if someone is walking beside me at the same pace, I also think they're annoying. And if someone were to pass by me on my left because they're walking faster than me, I'd be like, whoa, slow it down a bit, big guy. So there's really no option for someone to walk near me. Maybe I'm just an irritable.
December 13th, 1545, the Council of Trent, one of the Catholic Church's most significant ecumenical councils, convened in Trento, Italy. Called by Pope Paul III during a chaotic time for the Church due to the Protestant Reformation, the council aimed to address internal corruption, clarify Catholic doctrine, and counter Protestant criticisms. Over 3 main gatherings spanning 1545 to 1563, the council tackled major issues including the authority of Scripture and tradition, the nature of original sin, the necessity of good works alongside faith, and the 7 sacraments. Reforms included the standardization of the Mass leading to the Tridentine Rite, stricter clergy discipline, and the establishment of seminaries for priestly education. The council concluded on December 4th, 1563 under Pope Pius IV, reaffirming Catholic doctrines and issuing reforms that revitalized the Church. Today, the Council of Trent is significant for shaping modern Catholicism and strengthening the Church during the Counter-Reformation.
George Brett, here's a hero of tonight's game along with a whole bunch of other people. George, I know it's been a long time, the 4th time the magic number.
What made it so special, it was because we lost to the Yankees in 76, 77, 78.
Losing those 3 and then coming back and winning this one. Nobody picked us to win our division. Nobody picked us to beat the Yankees. We surprised everybody again. What a year.
For us to beat them, it was something really, really special. The town went crazy. So it was a big moment for Kansas City, and obviously a big moment for me. It's one that I'll never forget.
Welcome back. First pitch on the way is to Luke Williams, who's 1 for 1, the 2-run double. In the 8th, it's 0-1. The 0-1, swing fouls it away, it's 0-2. Braves 11, Reds 11, so just pretend like that 8th inning never happened. Tie ball game. The 0-2, swing and a miss. That pitch is 5 inches off the plate. Screw 5, that was a foot off the plate. 1 away. My God. Does anybody out here know how to play this game? Jurickson Profar comes to the plate, slaps a sinker, down the line foul, it's 0-1. One down, the 0-1. Dribbles it over to short, 6-3, 2 down. Matt Olson, the batter. If you're just joining us, it was 3-3 heading into the 8th. Braves scored 8 runs with 1 out. There's the 0-1 right there at the knees. Starts off the at-bat. Olson versus Suter, lefty-lefty matchup. And then the Reds did one better. They scored 8 without recording an out. Pitch outside, 1-1. 1-1 count. Swing, slaps it over to third. 5-3. That'll end it. 1-2-3. The Braves go down in order. We go to the bottom of the ninth. We'll see who they send back out there. I would assume it's PJ again, but you never know. They might want to give Bummer a chance in this clown show.
A lot of new faces in Chief Wahoo's tribe this year. Hopefully we'll have some of the names that go with those faces before their first at-bat. Anyway, listen to the roar of the crowd as the Indians take the field. Yes, sir, they love this club here in Cleveland. Just a reminder, fans, about Die Hard Night. Free admission to anyone who was actually alive the last time the Indians won a pennant.
Why didn't you comb her hair before she came?
He is not a she. He is a he.
Well, she looks like a she to me.
The crazy thing is that leads to a World Series where George has sort of his lowest moment.
There he is, George Brett.
So I go to the doctor before the first game of the World Series up in Philadelphia. And he says, have you been under any stress lately? And I said, well, yeah, I just tried to hit 400 and failed at that. We just beat the Yankees for the first time, and we play your Philadelphia Phillies tomorrow. First game of the World Series. He said, oh, okay. Stress can cause hemorrhoids.
The big story revolves around George Brett. There was some thought that he would not even be able to play tonight. He has hemorrhoids.
Yeah, we didn't really know a lot about that.
How that stuff all got public back then with George.
The Royals have had to bring in Dave Chalk to play third. Evidently, George Brett's hemorrhoid condition has forced him to the sidelines.
George Brett is missing a World Series game because his butt hurt? It's like, really?
I've never experienced so much discomfort as having hemorrhoids.
I flew home from Philadelphia, and they had a car take me right to the hospital, and they operated on me that night.
The Phillies are out in front of this series, having swept the 2 games at Veterans Stadium. But as the Royals prep for this game, George Brett has made a successful recovery from a hemorrhoid condition.
Here's third baseman George Brett.
Pierce Johnson goes back out there to work. 11-11 your score. Just pretend, we're just going to tell you if you're just joining us, you've missed a really well-played ball game. The 1-0. Swing pops it up. High in the right field. Eli's underneath it. He'll make the catch. 1 down. 1 up, 1 down here in the 9th inning. Tie ball game. Marte 3 for 5 on the day. I think all those 3 hits came in the 9th inning. Or 8th inning. First pitch on the way is a curveball. Outer edge. 1-1. The 0-1. Taking forever here. Timeout is finally called by Marte. I'm surprised he didn't get called for pitch violation. The 0-1. Outer edge. They're going to say he tapped the ball. I guess it's a foul tip. It's 0-2. Didn't look like he touched it, but he must have just nicked it as it went by. 0-2 count. Swing, slices it towards right field. Making the catch with ease is Eli. 2 down. Two up, 2 down, and Ellie De La Cruz has a chance to walk it off here with a home run. Reds faithful getting to their feet, trying to root them on. First pitch on the way is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Seems like this video dragged behind again. High and out of the zone, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. I'm going to try to reload this for you. This one's way behind right now. The 2-0 pitch. Fouls it back. 2-1. Righty-lefty matchup. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2-2. The 2-2. Down in the dirt. Ball 3, 3-2. Full count. He's got 2 singles, a home run. 19 home runs on the year. The payoff pitch. Caught, looking strike 3. Got the bender on the outer edge, and that'll end the inning. Well, like it or not, this game will continue. Free baseball here in Braves country. We'll be back in a flash.
You know, hypothetically, how would one convince their brain that the fight or flight response is meant for like life and death situations and not trying out a new grocery store? Just curious.
Well, listen, we've got to do this. Let me hear you all say E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Birds!
Now that you guys are back, I have something to tell you.
What's up, girlie?
All the Canadians and Australians were making fun of you guys. They were all dissing you. They were talking about the metric system.
Girl, I don't know what the metric system is, but the only metric they beat America at is being gay.
They said that you guys suck and all you do is carry Glocks and guns everywhere.
Yeah?
They said they're gonna steal all your fame and fortune and you guys are not gonna come back to anything else.
Oh, honey, thanks for looking out, but I don't think we have much to worry about. Because if you think about it, the Brits stole all the spices in the planet and did with it. So what are they gonna do with TikTok without us? And the Australians, stealing's in their DNA. They were a prison colony. They're the UK's prison pocket. All your most hardened criminals, you sent them off somewhere and they couldn't even kill birds? Losers. Oh, and before you guys get your nuts in a bunch about my use of the word gay, listen to me. I'm not talking about butt stuff. I'm talking about, hey, that's green. No, that's mint.
And Martin has a very valid argument here. And if he wins this, there will be chaos.
McCullough just turns around and...
They might be going to call George Brett out.
Well, he is. He's out.
Yes, sir.
Brett is out. Look at this.
It was pretty exciting moment.
You see him sprinting out there?
I thought I kind of walked out, and then I see the video of it after it happened, and my arms are going crazy.
Brett is out.
He's steaming back.
I would have maybe gone out there, but a little bit more nonchalant, let's talk about this.
He had his hand down like he was going to hit him.
Forcibly restrained from hitting plate umpire Tim McClellan.
Matt Olson will be your ghost runner. Austin Riley at the plate. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Down and away. It's 1-0. Pagan is the... I think you actually pronounce it Pajan. 1-0. Pops it up. High into center field. Coming in, making the catch is Benson. He'll fire it in the infield. Here comes Olson. And he will make it all the way down to third. Wasn't sure what kind of arm Benson has. It doesn't seem like it's much of anything. I'm telling you, he's normally in the corner outfield over in left field. I don't know why he's in center tonight. Is it something they're trying to try out, or... Not impressive, I can tell you that right now. There's got to be someone who can play center field in the state of Ohio better than that defensively. Marcell Ozuna has a chance. Wouldn't this be funny? Ozuna gets the game-winning RBI, and Iglesias comes in and closes it. First pitch on the way is high and inside. It's 1-0. As the infield is in, swing, lifts it down the right field line, coming over, giving chase. Right fielder over there, Marte, can't get to it. I don't know why he's trying to make that catch anyways. If he catches that ball, he's going to be leaning into the seats. By the time he gets his momentum, Olson's going to score. I mean, you got to let that go. Players used to be more aware of that kind of stuff. I remember growing up, man, like guys knew to let balls drop in foul territory if it was deep enough. 1-1 count. It's the fundamentals that they just aren't taught anymore. Down and away, 2-1. I think these boneheaded coaches are under the impression that these guys are trained this way and coached this way, but it's that kind of stuff like that. You got to constantly be coaching them. The 2-1 pitch, up top for a strike, 2-2. Two count. Gibson fires. Up top, misses 3-2. Full count to Ozuna. He has walked, singled, walked, lined out, and walked. So 1 for 2 with 3 walks and 3 runs scored. The payoff pitch. Swing, lifts it back foul. Do it again. Thank you for the contribution, Charlie. Maybe that'll bring us a little good luck. Ozzie Albies stands on deck. The payoff pitch. Pagan brings it. Swung on, lifted, out to right field. That ball is caught. Here comes Olson. He will score, and your Atlanta Braves take a 1-run lead. A little bit of good luck from Uncle Charlie and the Atlanta Braves. And Peta, she hit us up in the break. $12 to 11 your score. See if we can put about 6 more runs and see if we can blow that next day. Make this just a full game. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is right there at the knees. It's 0-1. 2 down, nobody on, but the Braves have the ghost runner across. Four for 5 on the day is Ozzie Albies, by the way. The 0-1 swing, fouls it back. 0-2. It's pretty evenly, considering the fact that it's 12 runs across, the RBIs have been evenly distributed tonight. Normally when this happens, one or two guys have collected them all, but across the board, both teams. As the 0-2, swing, chops it over to second. That will end the inning. And, yep, Eyeglasses coming in, so we could get the game-winning RBI and the save from the 2 guys that we didn't get to trade.
Does anyone else find it interesting that cacti is plural and cactus is singular?
December 9th, Pope Pius IV died in 1565. Elected on Christmas Day, a patron of Michelangelo, and overseeing the end of the Council of Trent, he was pope for less than 6 years and considered good but unexceptional. Now, the Council of Trent was a big deal, begun in 1545, charged with reforming the church and responding to the Protestant Reformation. But much of that work had been done before Pope Pius, so why remember him? Because when the Council of Trent ended in 1563, it assigned the Pope its incomplete tasks. One, to compile a list of banned books in the eyes of the church. Not a new concept in history. Pope Gelasius had a good-bad reading list. Governments, including democracies, have banned books. And of course, the Nazis and communists took it to its logical authoritarian conclusion by banning everything unless specifically approved. But Pope Pius's index of forbidden books was different because of its longevity, enforced and updated for over 400 years. The list was a who's who of church critics and free thinkers: Calvin, Luther, Descartes, Voltaire, Hugo, Dumas, Thomas Paine, Gibbons, Darwin. The final list had 4,000 titles until the index itself was suppressed in 1966.
Heard you got deported, dude. Bye.
A part of him was just devastated, and a part of him could see the dark humor of what happened.
The embarrassment is gone. I'm making a joke out of it. My problem's behind me now.
They had me patched up pretty good down there, and my first at bat, I think I hit a home run.
Hit to that big part of the ballpark.
Well hit. This ball may be out of here. It is 1-0. Listen to this crowd.
Afterwards, somebody said, that's the first World Series hit ever in Kansas City. And they can never take that away. And it was a home run.
Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Howdy, Braves Country. Hope y'all are having a wonderful Thursday trade line edition of this Atlanta Braves team, who coughed up an 8-run lead in one inning, now lead by 1, and Raisel Iglesias will come on. See if he can shut him down. Ghost runner at second, Hayes the batter. First pitch on the way is a sinker off the plate. It's 1-0. Ellie De La Cruz is the ghost runner, so that's not helping things with his speed. 1-0, swung on, chopped over to short, deep in the hole. Luke Williams is going to get De La Cruz in a rundown, and one down on the play. De La Cruz was smart enough to get in a pickle, and so the batter Hayes made it all the way around to second base. Nobody was covering second, backing up Ozzie, but it really didn't matter. They weren't going to get him. First pitch on the way to from Iglesias to steer is a strike right there. It's 0-1. It'd be nice to at least win this one, even after all this dumpster fire that was this game. Just quick turnaround once again. I mean, they got to play again tomorrow at 12:40, and then they take off. Both teams take off and head to Bristol to face each other Saturday night. The 0-1, 96 up top, 0-2. I like how they keep promoting it on the networks, calling it a one-time event, et cetera, but I don't buy that because they're calling it the Speedway Classic 25, meaning there's others to come. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Eyeglasses going top shelf. 2 down. Two down, and Gavin Lux will be the batter. See if we can get in here a little closer with the left-handed batter. We should get a pretty good view and a view of the base runner. Gavin Lux, the pinch hitter. Now, do they pitch around him? Now scratch that idea. Stevenson standing on deck. I don't want any part of him, and then Benson's to follow. Just go after Lux and see what you can do. Kranitz actually has his glasses on. You never see that. I've always wondered about that. He's never got his glasses on and he's got like big hairy carry glasses. The first pitch on the way, he swung on and chopped foul. It's 0-1. You'll see him wear them from time to time in the background, but he never has them when he's got his chart in front of him. I've often wondered about that. I'm like, wouldn't you just keep those damn things on? Righty-lefty matchup. Tying run at second, 2 outs. The 0-1. Swing, pops it up over towards foul territory, and underneath it with Austin Riley makes the catch, and just like we all knew would happen, Marcell Ozuna gets the RBI, gets the game-winning RBI, is what I'm trying to say. Iglesias gets the save, just as we all thought would happen when we woke up this morning. And your Atlanta Braves win this one 12-11. Game ball? Man, this is a tough one to give. Let's go with Marcell Ozuna. He scored 3 runs. He had the game-winning RBI. He was 1 for 2, and he walked 3 times. Part of me wants to give it to Iglesias, too. Pierce Johnson's going to get the win. Iron Lung, thank you for the contribution, sir. And the Atlanta Braves win it. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Whiskey for my men. Beer for my horses. We'll see you tomorrow. Quick turnaround. It is a 12. I want to make sure I've got this right. I believe 40. First pitch, yes, 12:40 first pitch. We'll come on the air about noon, and your Atlanta Braves take on these Reds, and then we head to Bristol for a NASCAR showdown for some reason. All right. Get some sleep, Braves country. This has been a wild day. Trade deadline in this game. Wow.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
It is the American game. That's just what it is. And actually, I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball. I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It can do this to any. It brings you back.
Some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't